some key, lies on mistakes. I should have been a little prepared. Picked up the key, opened the door. Don't have a clue what I am in for. There's a boy on the counter, cut up in pieces, still making sounds. He's barely breathing. I'm not a doctor, I can't make him better. All I can do is try to put him together. He's made of staples and broken bones, bruises and tattoos, stories untold. If I had a wish, I'd be make him whole. He's buried alive. Call him mine. I'm gonna call him a breaking fine. Trapped and bleeding from inside. I'm gonna call him mine. The skeleton key still in my pocket. A small part of me wants to close the door and lock it. Wherever we go, we scream at the monster. Wherever we go, the trash is on fire. Bruises from tattoos, stories untold. If I had a wish, we'd be making home. We really want bring him back. I'm gonna call him mine. I'm gonna call him a breaking fine. Shut up and bleeding from inside. I'm gonna call him mine. One will charge and fall. Bring him.
Okay, long night ahead of me, probably most likely. And for anyone who watches this in the future, I hope you have fun with this. Because gonna watch a little bit of Chud, but a cold opener, not even remotely related, but got a shit a little bit on. I don't know if this is shitting on. Not a big fan of Noah Samson, so let's just get this right out of the way. Sort of a highlight up here.
Jogging channel or some shit.
So this is like 1,000 views, man. That's all you had to say, and you're going to talk about sweeping? That's amazing. Amazing.
Well, I was baffled by this, but
Amazing.
due to the development that happened today, it's maybe starting to click a little bit more if this guy's got some history himself that he's just trying to lay low on this front.
Yep.
I don't know.
That
Well,
might
we'll
be,
have to look into it, but it's crazy how as soon as
They looked into it. It's a rather big nothing burger. The woman who called it seemed a little bit weak, not worth really covering. I still want Ethan to drop the shit about bad empanada that he has on him, because that
as we started talking about him, immediately we're being contacted by women.
that is interesting. Usually it only happens to people I like.
True.
So, okay, well, Noah, sounds like we're going to
More for you later. Coming up.
We have a fun show on Friday for you, my friend.
Yeah.
And until then, I wish
womp womp womp. It was a little lame from what I saw. Oh, we were in an open relationship and he cheated on me. This is better. She's calling in Friday. By the way, we've confirmed her identity. He's lying, which is very fucking weird. Bad empanada. A few days ago, I contacted the H3H3 crew from a fake account pretending to be Noah Samson's ex. My goal was to show that they were be willing to spread anything bad about people who criticize them with no regards of checking on Wednesday night podcast. They said Noah Samson is a rapist. Did they? No. Maybe they implied that they're in contact with the ex. They took the bait immediately. Maybe this happened. Probably not. Why put it? Such a hilarious thing to do. Prank my buddy. Tell me enemies are rapists. Got him. Tell him I'm such a good friend. A little bit too harping too much. Again, Ethan, why I am more leaning towards him. That's just because the people he's up against are rather craptastic. And yeah. And this is someone going over it. It's not even worth going over, in my opinion. Getting a couple more minutes out of it. So let's get on to just the chill. part of the section. A little bit of Chud. A watch along with Chud watching along, guys. He's jumping on this, and I am proud of the man for making fun of the shit as he is. So we'll see how long this actually goes. But in the end, it's going to be a chill for the beginning and having some fun. Yeah, good enough. Why not get the subtitling? Wow. Nothing, Chud. Nothing.
Screw that Hollywood bullshit. This is for the fans.
Okay. Why is there no music in the background? Why is it?
Yeah, that is extremely weird. I never went over this.
Why is it? Okay,
So I
let me
thought
just
this
watch that
would
one
be
more time.
fun to go over.
Okay, Hollywood.
No,
Acceptance
no,
Award.
no. Why put your viewers through this again? Do.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the Real Game Awards. I'm Stuttering Craig, and I want you to know this is not an industry show. It's about you, the gaming community. With that said, there's been a lot of talk about our award show and some confusion about what it is. So let me just kind of tell you exactly.
Wait, this isn't the show, is it? I thought they were going to do like an in real life event with like a sort of theater type thing. I thought that was the whole point of this. No, this is him just explaining it, right? This is him just explaining the thing, is it not? Or is this the actual show? This is the actual show.
Oh, I'm having fun
What?
tonight, TMI.
Am I insane, or did they
This is
not sell it as if it was going to be
generic.
like an actual award show, at like an event, like at a place, like an Oscar-style award show?
Oh,
No?
I got more loaded
What it is
up,
and what you
man.
will and won't see on tonight's show. You will
I
not
just
see a
wanna know.
4-hour show with 3 of those hours being trailers that
Yeah.
have been paid for to be on here. You
Probably
will
a
see
couple
several indie
hours.
devs
This
who
is a
you
cold
suggested
opener.
that we wanted to feature for free.
Wow, almost like not taking ad money means you have to run a really shitty show. Dude, this fucking sucks, man. Things cost money. Well, yeah, I mean, it's fine, but why are you using that as a selling point when your show looks like absolute dog shit then? This is terrible.
You won't see a giant industry circle jerk that just ignores all the issues that are affecting the industry.
JSP1.
Thank you for the $5.
You will see a show that celebrates the best and the worst in gaming in the past year. You won't see any awards that were voted on by the gaming media. Did you know that at Jeff Keighley's awards show, 90% of the vote, 90% goes to media outlets? That means only 10% of the vote goes to you. They don't even think you should have a vote.
Bro, Craig, I paid for the $5,000 premium platinum package where I got to see a woman cosplay of the Stellar Blade woman with a pussy gusset removal DLC outfit. What is this award shit? Yes, I know. Bro, I did not realize it was this bad. This fucking sucks, dude.
Okay,
See?
Yeah, neither did I. Neither did I.
Every single
Seriously,
major
I did
award
not.
show is voted on by.
They
Okay.
added vests you can wear that
Oh.
explain
It's just a
everything
reactionary
with
movement.
players.
Seriously.
Very deep, no good.
You put the
Wow.
premium.
Thank you for the super chat. I thought, oh,
premium.
my settings must be wrong. But no, I've checked and I'm on 1080p premium enhanced
Maybe they're
bitrate
doing that
on
to save
YouTube.
their audience.
This is just the quality the video's coming in at.
People who are within that
Maybe
industry.
they
And if I'm being
purposely
completely honest
blurred
with
it
you,
to not
that's how it should
harass
be.
her.
Does that make sense? No,
I don't
of
know.
course not. Which is why you will see
16-bit
awards that were
live stream.
100% voted on by you, our voting members. You won't see any celebrity cameos. I promise you that. You will see marginally successful YouTubers that you probably have never heard of before, and regular gamers.
Why are you calling them fucking marginally successful that you never heard of? Okay, self-deprecation.
like yourself to present
Bro,
awards.
it's so obvious that, you know, this has been a total flop, right? A total flop. So he's had to come out and basically say, yeah, this show fucking sucks, but here's how it's a good idea. But actually, it's good to not have any celebrity appearances or trailers. That's actually a good thing if you think about it.
For winners, because let's be real, you don't.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I sometimes say that, and you know, I'm probably wrong to sometimes, to be honest, because the whole point of this is the other award shows suck. We can do it better ourselves. We're going to fund it ourselves and do.
Oh, except for the Jewish Clinton rabbi guy. That speech was amazing. I always forget it. I think he has a YouTube channel in the millions now. Probably ripping it up with Pat God or some crap like that.
Some people like watching the trailers.
Yeah,
some people like watching the trailers. Some people like the celebrity appearances, you know? And instead of what I thought it was going to be, which was like an IRL event at like a studio,
Yeah,
like the
that's
Oscars say. I mean,
what
not to the
he-
level of the Oscars, but at least like an in real life event.
Yeah, that was what he was setting up with. Tommy C could have probably put up something better with his fucking little arcade. I don't even think that's real. I think that's just a green screen. Tommy C could have done a better job. That's just pathetic. What? Nothing?
Monthly
Silence?
support.
Okay,
Suggest
yeah.
categories. Suggest, nominate, and vote. Award show tickets.
Yep. Total and
Award show
utter
tickets.
Bullshit. I wouldn't
Suggest
call it a
categories, nominate, vote, and
scam,
attend Real
but
Game Awards
definitely
in the near future.
deceptive meme marketing.
Elite sponsorship.
Ooh,
1337.
elite theory.
Suggest,
I'm going
nominate,
with the
vote, and
elite.
you are listed as a sponsor of the Real Game Awards. Dude,
Yeah,
if anything, you want to
laugh it up, Chud. This is
No
a
corporate
complete
bullshit.
joke.
the Real Game
Oh, it's hilarious. Alec Baldwin's finger. That's a beautiful moment. Chud doesn't know who that is. There's a good reason for that.
Awards, we take pride in the fact that our show has no corporate sponsors.
Actually, can I go back? See the 1,337 sponsorship. Suggest, nominees, vote, and you are listed as sponsors of the Real Gaming Awards. And you might be able to appear on the show if you give them enough of that. Ka-ching.
Is a sponsor.
Yeah. Well,
No corporate bullshit. At the Real Game Awards, we take pride.
yeah, when I get into the real stuff, I'm just having some fun startup with the Chud, going over this
no
stuff.
corporate sponsors.
Oh, okay.
Bro, this is just fucking amateur hour, man.
One
This is
sec.
total amateur hour.
Yeah, I'll
We
send you
believe
it.
that keeping
Come
things
on.
non-corporate allows us to focus on what
Come
truly matters.
on.
The gamers who play and love these games. Who's this? There he is. Our goal is to create an award show that represents the voices of the gaming community without outside influence. That's why voting membership is so important. It's driven by gamers for gamers to ensure that the awards reflect what the community actually thinks. We'd like to take a moment to thank those who have gone the extra mile with their support, taking their involvement to the next level as elite sponsors. Your dedication makes the show possible. And it's going to come out and it's going to be absolute dross. And you're going to go, oh, who cares, man? He gave it a go. Because you've got no standards. You do not hold up your own side to any sort of principles and standards. Okay?
Yes.
You are going to.
Yes.
This is going to continue to happen. What is this?
You want slop,
this is fucking
you
dog shit,
get
bro.
slop.
This is utterly.
And we got a Tiaman Lord. Welcome, Tiaman Lord. You
Yes,
have a
it's
black
good.
screen, but it suits the craptastic environment that this is in.
So you're not discussing the. I don't know what happened.
Oh, I'm going over everything.
Are
This
you
is
going
just a
over the
pre-show.
recent thing that he just had? The
Yeah,
thing with Grummz?
Absolutely. I'm
I
doing
don't know
some.
why my avatar is black. Normally it should.
It suits it. Represent Black Lives Matter with that. Be
So I
the
was like,
virtue signal.
so why did Chud okay? You have on your thumbnail Arch. Arch only goes there bi-weekly, you know.
Oh, that's because I used the Chud Logic one.
Oh.
I will be going over when they say, "Yeah, Grummz, take a L, dude."
And what was it? And you have to fill me
nasty.
in because I've been covering other stuff. Apparently, Grummz had an L on side scrollers. Is that what you're going over?
Oh no, I'm going over everything I can. I'm just having fun with this because, yeah, they told him to take a L. Babs, fucking stuttering Craig. Everyone said to take a L on the Real Gaming Awards.
I mean, you can't start another gaming awards without either killing the other one. Because look, it's kind of like I've heard talks like about, oh, E3's dead, right? Comic-Con's dead. Do we need to still promote it Comic-Con because of the whole DC, like you know how Marvel needs to drop stuff? So Comic-Con, right? You got Superman Legacy coming out. We've seen nothing. Where are you going to drop it? Oh, outside of Comic-Con? Right? Get what I'm saying? So Stuttering Craig started this so he had a real platform. He wanted to try to do Game Awards so you didn't, and we all know PC Gamer and everyone rigs the Game Awards because we know Balatro and Astro Boy was the greatest game ever last year.
Oh,
at
of
the Game
course, of
Awards.
course. They are the best. Okay. They're probably
And then
really
Black,
popular normie wise. Okay.
and then
I
Blacksmith
agree.
Wukong got massively snubbed
Wow.
last year, you know, and Balatro.
I don't
won
play
mobile.
modern games nowadays, even something like Black Myths.
Well, you
But-
remember in mobile
yeah,
games?
I remember.
Do you remember
I-
in the mobile games category, Balatro beat out Genshin or a MiHoYo game? That was a
you probably
travesty.
salty about it.
I'm not salty about it. It's just like,
Are you sure?
what do you look at it this way? Like Balatro, like versus a gacha game? No.
I haven't played it. Okay, I do not respect award shows. Okay, I'm still the people who are like, yeah, Last of Us Part 2 won over Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, fuck that particular shit. But yeah, this is the particular thing. This will be the highlight for something here. Frittata plays. Whoa, when Super Chatters ask Craig why he won't bring on content creators that have exposed Grummz' massive scam, his answer is because I don't care. Yikes.
Because here's the trick.
Oh,
we know,
she.
Sorry, we know
I
Grummz.
fucked up.
Here's the thing. We know that Grummz hasn't produced the game. Now that Airbag is banned on Twitter, there's really, I hate to say it, without Airbagged, Grummz can run wild, but then the only person to check him is another like Mighty Keith or
Oh, fuck Mighty Keith. He's
Come
somewhat
on.
funny sometimes, but he's not the most horrible person in the world. But as a representation,
Airbag wasn't
of
much
high
better.
well-fucking-
Airbag wasn't much.
Airbag was interesting, but he's a
Airbag was
dirtbag
worse.
leftist. Oh, much worse. Over the
Come
top
on.
shit dirtbag left. I can appreciate him in theory, okay?
Yeah.
I definitely can. I can appreciate Airbag in theory, but I think a little bit
I'm
of a shit.
surprised you know who he is. For people who don't, he was he's apparently a
Sorry,
Nepo.
when I get into something, I get into it.
He's a
deep,
Nepo
and-
baby, apparently, and he finally got himself banned because he told a woman to Minecraft herself.
Yeah, pregnant woman, or it's supposedly a pregnant woman. There's probably a whole bunch of bullshit
Yes.
there.
And
But yeah, this is the sort of, let me take you down this, since you said you're not quite up to date.
I heard something of it, but not the
This is where
reason.
the arch stuff.
Maddie says Elon should log off once in a while. He's right about Hassan Piker, though. Lord Botha says, why don't you bring upper echelon Treasure Dragons or McDizzle on to talk about the Ember situation, seeing they made exposed videos? Because I just don't care.
Because
That's what
McDizzle,
their channels do.
McDizzle is
Like,
also the
once again,
same
we're
jackass
shifting
that
away from,
decided.
you know.
Hold
So,
on a second.
whatever.
McDizzle's the same person who claimed to be an Ubisoft employee who fooled Smash JT, and he got a
Yep.
C&D from Ubisoft.
Yep, so did Smash. Okay, it's, Ubisoft is being real fucking serious. And here, I have a couple here. Frittata again. Ha ha ha. When asked if Grummz is about free speech or not, Craig's response indicates he's unsure and says a lot. Babs corners him there with a question, and that shows there is a lot of doubt about Craig about Grummz' character. This is art. Frittata plays is a
He's a stoner.
console warrior,
Massive stoner now, too.
a druggie. Yeah, that is his character. It probably is who he is in reality. Who the fuck
Well,
knows?
supposedly,
Man's
it's like,
off.
well, technically, he's like Gundam. He's fallen off. Gundam's kind of now more of a smoker than normal. Frittata
Yeah.
has been, Fritanga, sorry.
He's just a salt miner.
He's been coming off because remember, he said he doesn't grift because he has a whole channel called Fritanga Grifts.
I have no fucking clue. That dude's just wild. You're right. No matter if he's really a drug addict or not, his character plays the role really fucking well. So I'm willing to believe it. You know me. I don't actually I judge people by the character who they play on the internet, and
True.
I don't have any fucking clue about who they are in reality. It could be a complete character. But here's another clip.
Just, like, before we put a pin in it, let me just ask you something. If you think Grummz is for free speech or not.
I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I haven't really asked him that question.
Well, no, just based off everything you've seen from him.
I don't know. What's that have to do with this conversation?
No, I'm just asking you.
I guess. I don't know.
It's just a question.
Was this like a gotcha or something that you wanted to
Definitely
have?
not a gotcha. It's
Oh,
just more
God.
me asking you your
This is
thoughts
hilarious
on
as
it,
all
if you think
shit.
he's free speech or not.
Yes. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not Grummz. I don't know.
Nope. Why do they always want?
I want
Why
to
do
see
you
that.
have-
I want to see that full clip because Arch is doing the Arch thing when he's on side scrollers. Because here's the funny thing about Stuttering Craig. When he came back, he took like 2.5 years off the internet.
Yeah.
That you might as well have taken off an entire lifetime.
He probably got a little bit of pushback for some of the progressive movement, woke, DEI, whatever you
He
want to call
disappeared for
it.
about like 2 years.
Probably
3
got
years.
pushed off by that. That whole progressive movement took over this sort of shit. Okay,
And then Arch he came back, and Arch would appear. See if Arch seems like when he's sitting in the chair, he's usually recording or doing something or editing, and Arch will sit there silently, and he'll speak occasionally, but it's like, yeah, Arch really will speak on it, but in the whole thing, Stuttering Craig was like a normie to the whole, like,
yeah, he's still a fucking normie. He still presents himself as a normie.
he's like the old
I halfway
classic
believe
team.
it. I halfway believe it.
Because
But
he was
this is
out
still
of
a grift.
touch.
The real
Remember,
Gaming Awards is still a fucking comes off as a grift. No matter if it really is one, if he intended to do something but got let down, like Crater Clash 2. That was actually something, but that was a failure.
Didn't he have the whole thing where he gave it to that trans person? The Antifa trans person, Deb, just put a video on that.
yes. That's going to be. We
Deb
could go back to the Chud clip because he gets into some interesting stuff. I'll probably get back into it after here. So, hola. Let me do a stoner. Craig's defense for Grummz needs to be studied. Babs is not letting him off easy.
You're not actually. It's been discovered, and you wiped that from your bio.
I got to be honest. I don't. That's not that big of an issue to me. It's really not.
Lying about being the CEO of a company.
But hold on, Blabs. Who was the CEO?
He's his mother or something like that. His family member.
No.
So it's not.
No, it is his mother. That has been proven. That shows Craig has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
Not that big a deal. Like,
Well,
it
is.
that happens
So what does it
all
have
the
to do if
time
he
where
has to
people
do
are-
with
they
free
have
speech, or is he
titles
lying
and
about
they're
his game
just
company
figurehead titles.
that he's
That
been
happens
in a
all
game
the
that's been
time.
8
That's not.
years
That's
in Deb hell.
dishonest. If you're gonna raise money and you're gonna fund for
The dude has proven that he doesn't care about the free speech of the wokies. Okay, he's come off saying that, then backing off of that stance.
To be fair, even Arch has been kind of like the whole mentality of they need a stick, right? Like Dev's mentality is, yeah, Brianna Wu wants to be saved, right? Could you really
Fucking
say
Dev,
Brianna Wu? No.
No, I fuck Brianna Wu. Okay,
Like, here's
I
the
was
thing.
suspicious of her even when she was coming
Did you-
back.
Okay,
I'm not
because
gonna.
that's like Arch is kind
sip
of like
that
the same
Kool-Aid.
way. It's not cancel people; they just need to be left outside. There is that mentality.
Yeah, but you need to actually have the power, and none of these fuckers actually have the power. And Grummz is just gonna weigh them the fuck down.
And here's the
I've been
thing.
saying this for a while now.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing. I am not the hugest fan of Grummz. Grummz has a point. Like sometimes, like I honestly cannot
Like
stand
10% of the time. Okay,
Like, I
10%
cannot
of the
stand
time.
Mighty Keith. Like
It's just a
Mighty
reactionary thing to the how annoying Mighty Keith
Oh,
is.
no.
Yes, he's an annoying, cringeworthy
now,
guy. I'll
McDizzle
give you that.
Gaming. Like here's the thing. Upper Echelon just did a video. My friend sent it to me on Assassin's Creed Shadows. He's like, well, the wokies were right. The anti-woke people were going against it. But Upper Echelon was the first person to push back against the Thomas Lockley stuff
Yeah,
in the
he has
narrative of the
principles,
game.
okay? You can still. So did Metatron. Okay, you can definitely say, yeah, Thomas Lockley had this motherfucker help him write this book. The dude he had help him write this book was a mostly fictional writer. Why would he need to get him for this book? Because he needed a fiction writer to help sell it. Yes, he's hyped it up. I personally think all this shit about getting the Japanese government, celebrating the Japanese government coming in and censoring games, a little bullshit. But that's just me. I'm like, fuck governments going after games. Okay. Not really my particular thing. Maybe that's where she's going with this. I'm not sure. I'm not Babs. I just know Grummz is for his free speech and not any others.
Oh, before I forget to say this too, it wasn't just that Thomas Lockley wrote something and Ubisoft ran with it on the
Yes,
lie
he
on
definitely did some
Yasuke.
stuff in the
He was also
Wikipedia.
he was also editing the Wikipedia
Wikipedia.
under for like 3 years.
Yeah,
And-
he definitely wanted a good book, and society took the hook, line, sinker. Okay, how much Yasuke stuff got passed around? Netflix had a show. He appeared
They had
everywhere.
the Black Samurai show before. And then there's the whole thing of no, but the thing to it is it's funny because Grummz and them others, they missed the point why. Assassin's Creed Shadows is a mid-tier game that has issues. Even I said it the other day, but
Oh, God.
Grummz and them pushed back. But here's the thing. I'm never going to say half these people, but Upper Echelon can't come in and say the anti-wokers are wrong because we were saying when the game came out, I'm not an anti-woke person myself, but I followed it. Oba's armor is uglier than they make Yasuke's armor look better than
Upper
Oba's
Echelon
armor.
said Yasuke's a waste of a character in his video. Trust
Yes,
me.
he
I
said that,
watched
but he
video.
also, but
He's just
Upper Echelon is
he has
also
my same stance about it. When you're celebrating the fucking government coming in for this shit, yeah, it's time to chill out. Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
he's a
bro.
bit of a bitch.
The only
okay.
reason the government's getting involved is the government was waiting. So the thing about where Upper Echelon is, and I think it's weird because this is going to be like an L for him. KCD 2 was an L for him too.
What? Why is it an L for him? I'm trying to figure out why you're saying
why?
it's an L
No,
for
his
him.
stance on one of them was he didn't understand the coverage. Not everybody. Okay, there's this thing.
No,
right
he
now.
doesn't like how they're going about the coverage.
Now,
okay?
not
And I can agree
everybody-
with that.
Not everybody, right? We
I
had
think he's a little
Cage-
bit of a bitch
one
with
time,
how he
remember we
presents
were
it.
on. Cage
yeah, go
came
on.
in. Cage came in. She hangs around Hypnotic. Hypnotic has a crew around him. I think Hypnotic is an honest individual who doesn't understand the culture war stuff. He's now learning about it. But Smash JT, I agree with you, is a grifter. And he just spits out
I never
stuff.
said he's a grifter, but he's most likely a grifter.
He's not as bad as JDA or
Oh,
JTF.
it's hard to get as bad as those two. Okay, they're just like borderline pathological liars / trolls. They walk that line.
Now, Grummz, the problem with Grummz now, Grummz is just an outrage troll half the time. And he does have that outstanding project.
70% of the time, I would say.
Even Arch has said Grummz's game needs to come out. LG and Renowned, we've all said he needs to release his game.
Yeah. Needs to get it on his ball and stop.
It's kind of
hoping
like
about it.
I'm tired of hearing, if I hear George R.R. Martin come to Twitter and complain, you need to get out the Winds of Winter. So enough of your thing. But
Yeah.
Grummz has a very interesting stance. He's a reactionary at his core. And
Yep.
he spends more time doing that. But he also has worse of a line where he's either there's allegations against him now that he was doing adult filming or something on the side.
Yeah, we'll be going over I'll be going over that tonight because that's fun stuff.
Anyways, no, but he has stories to him. But look, I hold him responsible for the stuff he does wrong. If you have a game that's in 8 years of dev hell, it's going to suck. I point to
he doesn't even have he didn't even promise. What he promised within
Didn't he
6
just
months
put out
was
a
a
demo?
vertical slice demo. Now he has a barely functional demo that is craptastic that hasn't been updated in years. But let's get back into a little bit of this fun stuff here. This particular section, I want to commend the Real Gaming Awards for their pick here.
There's no video.
Well,
Shit, bro. Who even are you, bro? What's going on?
okay.
Roughly 4 years on YouTube.
Mark the what was this? Let me get the beginning part.
Oh,
sorry. He's like
the title though. I've heard about this title though. You're gonna have to fill me in on this title eventually. I heard he got caught. I heard. I always thought he was a weird gay dude.
Who?
Henry Sisson. Supposedly he was exploiting women for nudes.
Oh.
Hollywood news through the business financial lens of reality. Valiant Renegade.
Debate and switch. Who? One of the most egregious crimes that a business could commit against its own customer base. Promising one
this
thing
isn't the part I
and
wanted.
delivering another. On YouTube.
Thing we're supposed to know about.
Hack to Hollywood.
This isn't the place I wanted to be.
2024 and 2024.
Okay, how does Helldivers 2 simultaneously get like all these fucking nominations and won that other award just then?
Oh, what is your thoughts on the dev saying what he did? I saw him afterwards sort of talking about he was being taken out of context by the journalists. It was in
I meant to look more into that because here's the thing. He initially in the article said and somehow he was going to become an ambassador to the video game for the UN. And now he maybe didn't understand the question where he said he got like either it got very badly taken out of context. From what I'm seeing is whether it's a joke or not, I have said about Helldivers 2, it is definitely a dev versus player game. And apparently, like the devs and the GMs put the players in weird positions and they hate the meta peak players, basically. But this thing about he got a lot of people to cosplay as fascists. The thing about this is he maybe said the loud part out loud because it's a meme of 40K or like Starship Troopers, right? Like,
yes, that whole discussion. Okay.
Like there's this thing, and it's. Do you remember the thing that got Avowed in trouble? It was the developer who.
Oh yeah, that guy was definitely.
Oh yeah, that guy was a total just beyond.
I remember going off on Frutega. He's like, "What this guy's doing illegal?" I'm like, "No, dude, you don't know what illegal. If he's that the developer was making a joke." And I'm like, even if it wasn't a joke, it's his own personal time.
Well, and you remember the guy who was on the guy, the Avowed director who let the quiet part out loud and basically said he hates cis white males or something. Like
he didn't say that. He
not
just
exactly
sort of played into the DEI stuff. Okay,
but he said
the right is memeing, so the left is having a reactionary meme attempt. Okay,
but yeah,
people are. Everyone's joking.
But as I said, with Helldivers, I don't say it's a bait and switch.
Yeah,
you're getting what you're getting.
I don't even know the Vanguard wins this. Okay, I don't even know why fucking Concord's up there. I don't even know how you could consider that a bait and switch. Okay, I just don't.
Like it just feels like some of these. I guess this is a product of the fan voting thing. Is you just end up with
Concord. And finally, Dragon Age, the Veil Guard. And the worst bait and switch for 2024, with 42% of your vote, goes to Dragon Age.
I mean, fucking Helldivers got way too high up there.
Okay, the thing with Helldivers is the devs. Okay, so there's also the thing with the developer. The developer was used to, like, he wanted to tell the story the way he does, but they're letting the players tell the story now.
That should be how it should be. Okay.
They're letting the
Devs
players,
take a step
because
back.
the way the
I mean,
game,
death of the author, okay? Death of the author, dude.
So
okay?
here's the thing, like how Helldivers 2 is working now, they have the lore that, okay, so the guy who said that is the person who came up with the lore about the fascists in the super state. But what they're letting the players do now is they're letting the players decide the fate of the war.
Yeah.
So
should be how they do it. Okay.
And that's the way they're handling the game. They just issue the orders. They have the person issue the orders, right? And that's how the game is getting played. Now, is the lead CEO happy that his baby or his narrative, what he thinks in his own mind, like Van Hoven?
I don't fucking know.
Like, the thing is, like,
I
with
don't
Van
fucking know.
Hoven, right, with Starship Troopers, he thought it looked fascist. It's a whole debate unto itself. And
yeah, he
that's
played it
what-
off as if it's fascism, and that's what they sort of indicated. But Death of the Author, dude, the sort of someone's snake in Harry Potter was really a bisexual angel, not angel, bisexual woman, and Harry Potter J.K. Rowling retconned her own thing to be more progressive. And look at what side of the aisle she's on now. She's transphobic because she's gender critical, and they boycotted fucking Hogwarts Legacy. It's some
okay,
bullshit.
technically, she's the one who, at the run with her books, she says if she was going to cast Hermione would be black. She was the one.
She did in a play. In a play, they had Hermione. At least they didn't do it to the redhead.
See, okay,
Hollywood
then-
has a habit of just taking the soulless redheads and turning them black. It's like,
and then there's the other ones, right, where Snape clearly has one of the most described characters in the whole series. And then you have that, but she was also the person during one of the runs where she said Dumbledore was gay. She
That's fine,
retconned that
that's
herself.
fine. I assumed that myself, okay? Okay, based on Mark, the guy who played Gandalf, okay? Such a Gandalf-ish character.
Ian
So I'm
McKellen?
fine with that.
Ian McKellen?
Yep. So I completely believe it. I'm fine with that.
Hey, don't never
Dumbledore.
fear in the series on HBO. Dumbledore is going to be played by the dad from Third Rock from the Sun. Yeah.
I am not a big Harry Potter fan, so let's move on.
Playing games let us shape our.
Guys,
Look,
Mark the Cyborg, chairman of the board, is here. Who the fuck is Mark the Cyborg?
See, I know who Mark the Cyborg is.
That's just some
He's
random
big
old
in the
dude.
streaming
What?
community.
Stories and explore rich worlds filled with adventure, customization, and discovery.
Okay, I'm
Your
going to
nominees
ask
for
you
best
for
RPG.
pause a sec. Who is he?
Oh, he's just someone who's been around streaming for a while.
I've heard of him, but
Yeah, a lot. Okay, he's been on Thinkers before, I think. Okay, he's one of the talking heads. I've seen him on a lot of things. I don't think he's done anything significant that I can point out, but he's done videos. He's old head. Chud just isn't in the scene for here. He's just laughing about it. It's Alex Baldwin's finger. I'm like, yeah, that guy's just fucking orbiter. A lot of orbiters in this anti-woke sphere are coming up. Let me not get into it. There's way too many, and I don't even want to think about them.
doesn't
But
Alex
yeah.
Baldwin's finger post a lot? I've seen him a lot in Razor Fist chat.
Yeah, I've seen him.
He makes
back
his
when I
way.
was
He makes his
watching.
well around.
Yeah, he's playing the talking head circuit. This is how you get ahead. Why? I don't want to fucking do this.
Oh yeah, and Alec Baldwin's finger is on with your best friend. Words of Paradise.
Yeah, I just make fun of him every chance I get. Okay, the guy's a clown. I can understand why someone like Zach likes him. He's a complete and utter clown show. Okay, we don't have. I like Lofty Pixel. Okay, I wish he would come back. At least he was a fun clown. Yeah, let's not get too deep into that. But yeah, this also might be why Words of Paradise got mad when I brought up the whole angry video game nerd. Hi, some people just too big of fanboys.
The last
And your nominees are Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Unicorn Overlord, Metaphor.
I wanted to go through this section because Metaphor won, fuckers. Fuck you, Metaphor won. What? You think one of those other games should have won?
Yeah, out of those RPGs, let's go Final Fantasy or maybe Dragon Quest, but Dragon Quest is a re-release.
Fuck you, Atlas all the way. As I
Really?
said,
I've
been an Atlas and FromSoft fan, okay, and I've seen them rise from having a tough time selling to becoming some of the biggest properties. Persona 5, I don't even think that is one of the better games in that series, but it had that spark, it had that appeal that got most people in, so I condemn. Same thing with Elden Ring. I don't think that's the best designed game, but it got the normies in. It was the best balance to get people
Metaphor
in.
got the gamers in, yes.
No, Metaphor is just brilliant. I should probably do a video on that sometime. Okay, just
in the unicorn game, I didn't
understand.
I
didn't even play that. Okay, I haven't even played Rebirth yet. I probably will get it eventually on PC.
Play it
now that it's on PC.
I'll play with it. Apparently, Mark the Cyborg hasn't put out a video in the year. But he's been around the internet.
Falling out. Yes, he has. He's old head, but Chud doesn't know him. But yeah, at the end of the day,
vote. Metaphor ReFantasia. Honestly, great job on that one, voting members, because Metaphor was my personal game of the year. And honestly, if you've not played it,
okay, we'll skip it.
Action games are at the.
I actually responded to someone who was saying, "Oh, we have a Smash JT, craptastic, coptaculous." I know you probably have something against McDizzle, as you sort of brought up. I thought
I don't have really anything against
was
him.
morally dubious. I even said it myself when I did my coverage.
He's morally dubious. Yes.
He's not morally dubious. But definitely that was a mistake. What he made. Okay.
Oh,
but I think everyone harping on fucking the cringe queen, Allison.
He rides
Mercante.
he rides Hypnotic's like
Who?
He rides Hypnotic's dick a lot in Smash GT.
Who?
McDizzle
No,
tried to
JT. Smash JT.
Oh,
A little
Smash
bit with
JT is
Hypnotic.
an outrage bait person. Even when he's on with Hypnotic, I'm like, oh, I got a source of a source, and I'm like,
Yeah,
all right.
they're clown shows.
By the way, let me say this personally. I hated when the PC Game Awards did this too. He goes, the real Game Awards, best action game. First off, an RPG is not an action game.
Yeah, but the fucking video game industry always puts fucking
Do you
RPG
remember during
mechanics in all these
Game
fucking
Award,
games.
like, there was 5 games during the PC, the Game Awards, and Space Marine 2 didn't get any awards from that. And but they also put Black Myth.
Space Marines is rather
they put Black Myth Wukong in a category. I'm like, an RPG should be its own RP, like an action game. When I think about it,
fair enough.
You have shooters, and you have which are like action RPGs, and that's what Black Myth Wukong is, you know.
Yeah, I still need to play it, but I'm just resilient. I do not want to give anyone my money. Okay, I will do it at my own pace. I think I'm playing. What is it? The WoW is the WoW sort of weird thing. I'm playing.
Are you gonna? You're
Project
gonna pass,
Ascension. I've been
are you
playing
gonna
Project
pass
Ascension.
on Expedition 33?
Probably. probably.
Expedition
I do not
30
get people. If it's from Atlas or from Soft, I'm like, I'm buying that day one. Everyone else,
So,
okay, I'll play it when
Expedition
I get the time.
33.
It's on sale.
So Expedition 33 is being done by Sunfire Studios. And it's very much like with the parry, but it also has the Persona combat in it too, style. And supposedly it looks pretty well. But the games we have for the next two look very solid. Because if you like that style, maybe on Atlas versus, because I'm pretty sure if you're an Atlas fanboy, didn't you buy Xenoblade, right?
Actually, no, I didn't buy Xenoblade. I bought fucking that's not, is that Atlas?
I don't know.
I bought a Xenogears. No,
Xenogear or Xenoblade, one of the two that just released. It was on Switch.
I actually played Xenoblade on my friend's console because I was a poor boy back in the day when that was out. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. Okay.
Expedition 33. It's not going to be a $70 game. It's like $40, $50. And it's supposed to be pretty good. It's going to be an action RPG. Weird. It's borrowing from the combat of Final Fantasy and Persona.
Okay, let's see how they pull it together. Black Myth is an RPG and action game that both should won both. I don't know about that, but it's always hard to tell with that particular.
It did get snubbed though during the Game Awards, though.
Oh, of course. Fucking Last of Us Part 2 took.
Okay, here's what I've said about Black Myth Wukong. It has wonderful storytelling and a wonderful direction for like a Chinese game, and it's not like Marvel's Rivals, right? And it has its own soul. The game has a soul to it. So,
well, that's good. Soul power, brother. Soul power.
But does that make sense? It has a good soul. It has a good art direction. It's not like other Chinese games that are just rip off of others. Like there's a Souls-like coming out later this year, which is just a copy of another one of the Chinese
copy of a
games.
copy of a copy.
Yes.
Yeah, let's not get too into the weeds.
Yes.
Get into this particular section here. Okay, this is something a little bit different, I guess.
About you having the show, it's the fact that it was utter fucking dross and people have paid money for it.
Yeah, okay.
It's the same. They get in their little pathetic gay hug boxes and just
yeah.
All of the people do this. All of them do this. It's so wretched, man.
Weekend, and that's kind of where things are
Yeah,
at.
sorry.
And it starts with one of the winners of a category here. Now, I want to remind
People
everybody
like
that
hug boxes?
I do not create.
People like hug boxes?
Well, they're in a hug box, okay? Get Hypnotic, Smash JT, any of those motherfuckers on a fucking show outside of their fucking ring, okay?
Chud came on, had a very good conversation with Arch on his channel.
Oh, nice.
And
Recently?
It was earlier this year, and Chud came on. That Arch's audience is not a hug box.
Oh, I'm not saying Arch. I'm not including Arch in this, okay?
No, I'm saying he says he hates hug boxes, but he came on with Dev. It was him, Dev, and Arch.
Yeah. Dev is a good fake cowardly centrist, okay?
He's a little red bridge. Get it right.
I don't even know if he's the commie as you guys joke or something weirder, okay? He's a weird person. But some of the people who hate on him are even fucking weirder in my opinion.
But Chud Logic is correct that a lot of spaces like their hug boxes. Like I called you what Cult Classic Cage did when you went after Smash JT. There's a group of people around Hypnotic. Hypnotic is kind of a cool guy, but some of his orbiters are just crazy. Like, Cult Classic Cage used you for content through Reddit. I'm like, I know
she did. She
told
could
you.
have came on. She could have fucking came on and argued with me. Okay. They're just a whole bunch of fucking little bitches. Okay. At the end of the day,
I didn't like what she did because I called what she was doing because she gets her content from So, like, if you watch what the hypnotic orbiters do, there is a section of Arch's audience. I said this on my own stream.
Yeah. They creep
they
on
have
in.
hug boxes. There are people who are very deluded people. They
Oh, of
like
course,
they're
of
where
course.
they are, but normally
Yeah.
most environments I'm in are hug boxes. So
Yeah, and I just call Hypnotic a clown at the end of the day. And anyone orbiting him is just funny. Okay. I'm not much better. I just do what I want.
to be fair,
I don't do waifu wars.
The problem is Hypnotic for a channel his size makes a lot of money. Then the people around him duplicate him. But they don't have the charisma to duplicate him.
Yeah, I got to give him credit. The dude's a great hype man. Okay. He can hype shit up. I just don't think.
Oh, and he turned
goddamn shit about the culture war or anything about the space.
Here's the thing. He's actually made that channel profitable. I looked at one night, like during a stream, and it wasn't even a waifu battle. He was getting like 500 that night. I'm like,
okay.
Where the hell did this base?
Okay.
Where do okay? Like outside of like a Warhammer space, right? Where the hobby's expensive and the people can donate, right? These people chunk $200 or $300 at him over a waifu battle. I'm not even jealous of that. I'm just like, wow.
It's a good plan. It's a big plan, man.
But you got to understand, people hate on him, right? I'll say this, you move on. Like, here's the
counterpoints. You might not like his politics, but he had some good stuff for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And did some good content. But he got in bed with Brianna Wu, and that sort of fucked him up.
Oh, Karskin, yeah. No,
Connor of counterpoints.
See, Archies are doing Archcast now, Karskin. Like, it was Sorter who just showed me Connor's stuff. I kind of remember Connor. Connor fell off. Archie is still a pretty based boy, but
yeah, he has his moments. We've had streams where I'm like, this is just dumb. Okay, and he still has his dumb moments at the end of the day.
My only downside is he's falling for the YouTuber bait trap now. He's
who knows about
it is
that?
ultimately
Who knows
you, the
about
voting members who nominate those categories. We look at all the categories, and the ones that are the most upvoted or the ones that we think are fun, we will consolidate and we'll put together, and we think it's going to be an entertaining show.
Yeah, there's a certain section I'm looking for here. Probably.
See, I'm also of the mindset and old enough to remember when James Keeley wasn't a piece of shit.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that name. Probably someone.
He's the one who does the. No, he does.
Yeah, Chud brought it up. Craig is so much in the Real Gaming Awards brought up his award show. I'm like,
you don't remember Keeley's like cringe like bits? Like
no. I fucking stay away from that bullshit nowadays. Okay. Award shows are all complete craptastic. The fact that people even treat them with enough dignity that they need to bring them up, be like those award shows. I think like the goal, there's like the player choice.
There's like, okay, you have the Steam Awards.
Those are respectable.
The Steam Awards are voted. They're like the BAFTAs or the Steam Awards towards the end of the year.
Don't bring up BAFTAs. They're the one with the diversity requirements.
Okay, but you have the Steam Awards that are voted by players at the end of the year. You have Joystick Awards, which make more sense. Joystick Awards usually go into the Game Awards. But this last Game Awards had some really weird, because MiHoYo usually always cleans up the mobile category. They somehow...
It's like crack.
Somehow...
The Genshin model is like crack for people.
It's not even
what
that.
Was good about...
Look, there was literally, in the mobile game category, there was literally Withering Waves, Genshin, and ZZZ.
Aren't they like the old same sort of model, different skins?
No, you want to see a bitter rivalry. Look at actually between the MiHoYo games and Withering Waves.
Okay. Let's
Those
not get too down
people-
this rabbit hole.
But that's like, and then the one that won, there was even a Pokemon TCG that was released in that same, but like Balatro won it or something. And I'm like, what? Come on, even at least if it went to ZZZ, which had a really good starting year, or Withering Waves.
Okay. I consider the microtransactions a little bit cancerous. I can understand the appeal, but I stay away from those. He wants people to say Kingdom Come Deliverance was a 2 for Gamergate. I say Ready or Not should be claimed as the spiritual successor. I'm hearing that.
I'll be honest.
I'm getting hyped about Ready or Not.
Okay, Ready or Not is actually interesting. The thing about
It sounds really interesting. I just heard about it like a week or two ago.
I've heard about it and seen it in its development, but I've been playing through KCD2. Now,
it's not a win for Gamergate, okay? It's not a loss either, I don't think. I think it's just its own thing, okay?
Let me say this. The first relationship I have been offered in the game has been with Hans. And I've been addicted to him the entire
maybe
game.
the game is trying to tell you something about yourself, okay?
No, I'm sorry. I don't like that as a character. The game is good. See, the game is very much the medieval LARPing simulator that it is. But the idea
it became more inclusive, okay?
There's
This is
like
how games grow.
there's like 3 gay characters in there. But they all do it in secret. So it's kind of like
they would have to. It is historically accurate, and they're giving the player a little bit more agency this time. I get it. The black person is not necessarily a bad thing. Haven't gotten around to play it yet.
I haven't gotten to Musa of Mali. The worst thing I've heard about Musa of Mali is
he's a propagandist. He tries to hype up. He treats women so well.
He's
Muslim.
He's a scholar from. So KCD2, so far so good. It's actually really good. Like the term of it is, but I'm to the middle part of the game right now. But I've done all the side quests, so I'm just gonna coast through. But it is a win for people who just like games that are games. But
immersive.
Ready or Not is a win for indie developers. It's not that Rainbow Six Siege is dying.
Oh yeah,
it's still good, but Ready or Not is a good game that deserves its praise.
Okay, let's get back into this. We got a sidetrack.
Their games about a decade ago, and that didn't work out very well. Look, if this is backfired tremendously. So these are all publicly available.
Okay, bro, that's such a retarded framing of the situation. It didn't backfire tremendously. Okay, game developers and game publishers are actually legally within their right to strike you if you play their video game in your commercialized YouTube channel or Twitch channel.
This is talking about the trans woman who's like, I'm not. I disavow your. I want to take it back. I don't want the award. And Craig's like, you taking it. Completely ignoring consent, which is fucking fine. Fucking fine, in my opinion. Okay. I just find him bringing this shit up, about this, but he doesn't want to talk about Grummz. He cares about this woman, trans woman, whatever. Don't get into the details. Getting all butthurt about being included. Chud is defending.
If you make content out of a modded version of a Nintendo game, you are still potentially.
He's going a little bit too autistic in here.
Okay, to be fair, he gave the reactionary award to a reactionary furry trans person. And if that's the one I'm thinking of, it was a detractor award that was given out.
Okay.
But also never forget, Chud did have a trans girlfriend. Or was
oh God, is this one of your
I'm sorry.
No, I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
I feel like that was a post hoc rationalization that he's done as he's recognized he's not going to be able to deliver on what he's promised. And so now he's had to come up with, it was always going to be like this. I don't think that's true. I remember it being presented in a very different fashion, but I don't know where I'd see that.
And he gets into hotel food. He gets into catfuls. I mean, it's funny. I don't like the milking of these losers. Okay, yeah, Keffels actually deserves a little bit more milking than Bo Blacks at the end of the day. Okay, but yeah, a little bit of that stuff at the end of the day, and I did the wrong sort of thing there.
You found the wrong timestamp. So here's the thing,
So-
like side scrollers, right? Side scrollers, well, you find it, let me fill it in. Side scrollers is basically stuttering Craig who covers what he wants. Like the thing about the real Game Awards is most of the problem with the Game Awards.
It really sucked. They
If
had
they're not-
Trent as one of the people who was nominated. I'm glad people aren't following him anymore. Not that Smash JT.
So
is
here's
that
like the
much
biggest
smarter.
problem is you cannot force something. But we all do know Game Awards or awards are rigged to a degree. It's like Oscars aren't what the Oscars used to be. There's films that are really good.
Yeah.
They don't meet Oscar requirements because, oh no.
Yeah,
I'm doing
they
a
all have
historical
their
film.
little club. Everyone has their club. The left
It's like-
has their club. Now the right has their club. Hell, even Synthetic Man has a cool little club now, I find out,
Basically,
which is hilarious.
it's kind of like, oh, a good historical film. Oh, it can't go up for the Oscars because it's not diverse enough.
Oh, also the fucking superhero movies can't get an award. Okay, they're just a whole bunch of snobs. I got into this sort of shit. I think the fucking Hugo and like the book industry is way more of a canary in the coal mine of everything that happened in other industries, especially video games.
Oh yeah,
you don't
no,
know how many problems the sensitivity readers, even
the Eisner
lefties,
Awards.
have
You got an
with
Eisner
the
Award.
sensitivity readers. It's racist crap like that at the end of the day.
Do you remember the
But
thing
yeah.
about the Eisner Awards and you've never heard of these books? I'm like, what?
Yeah, it was more the Hugo Awards that I was really concentrating
Right.
on. That's actually how I got into following John Delarose. He did some content on that, and I was like, okay, this guy's cool. Then I looked at some of his other stuff, and I'm like, this dude's off his rocker. So he's stone cold fucking bitch out there, bitch made man of the people. Troll, liar, who the fuck even knows at the end of the day. But here, I'm following this guy. I'm not even sure how to Namaste. I'm floored when I see the posturing being for gamers, but pressed with a person scamming gamers. I don't care. Exactly. How can you not conclude that anti-woke isn't just a click for whoever has clout, despite their talks on not being a monolith? I'm created the Real Gaming Awards because the glaring chasm between video game developers, media, players themselves, we've seen them all. There's disdain towards gamers for media and even development. It's insane. We feel disconnected, blah, blah, blah. Join me, take games back. Craig, you don't have the balls for that at the end of the day. And this guy here, we already saw that. There's a lot of things,
right? If you're trying to take games back, right? Even if
you need to not fucking you need to have some tolerance and not be a complete
Oh,
asshole
no.
like these guys are.
we are still going to have diversity inspired games for like the next 2 years. And
Yeah, it's the feedback, okay? The games take a long time. Games take the longest time. We're gonna have
we got about
leftovers.
2 more years because I'm
Okay,
not going to
that's a
say
good number.
GT because a lot of the games
Yeah, he isn't
you're
gonna be
seeing-
woke. He'll have some diverse
I'm not going to
stuff,
say it's
okay, of
woke,
course.
but let me say this. I do
No.
think GTA is a little cooked because that game has been 8 years in development. I'm really
Yeah.
curious what it's going to be because they are actually talking that's going to be $100 game out the gate.
Yeah, fucking hell.
What?
I'm glad I'm not a fan of that shit. Oh god.
What are
As
you
I said.
talking about? $100? What? $100 is not what a game should be. Is $70?
I mean-
the high price?
It used to be 60, now 70. They made that argument. Now they're pushing more and more. We'll see what
And
they
then they're like, devs are like, this is what this costs. And then what's funny is like Expedition 33 is like $45 or something like that. Like, I'm like, not all game studios are charging $70.
Registration, nominees, judge function. So basically, this timeline is completely fucked. Okay, award show. That's not award show. It's a fucking pre-rendered video. There should be more interaction and more stuff. Ah, yes, the Tommy Tallarico play. I don't know if it's that bad, but yeah, I have this sort of playlist here. Okay, go back. Here's this guy here is interesting. He actually has some show. Yeah, okay. Grummz keeps making all these critiques and attack on his games are from Airbagger. Okay, here's the thing. Some woke boogeyman. Yeah, he used Airbagger as a deflection. They almost had a sort of Airbagger, I am Spartacus vibe here. Okay, unfortunately, this has been ongoing for months, years, for a long time from backers. Remix told him as much. I've gone over this before.
On your zero games, get off Twitter.
Yep.
Stop with this anti-woke crusade and just focus on the game. If you want to prove everyone is wrong, then be quiet, hunker down, and make what you keep telling the world you're going to make. You've posted far more on Twitter in the past 24 hours than you have all of April on your 0 days channel in Discord. There's 24 days into April right now. You have an opportunity to prove everyone wrong about you and Firefall. But when the project is getting close to 10 years old, you're just further validating what people say and believe about it.
Did you hear about did you also hear about the Ember? Someone named pseudonym Grummz put out Ember, which is like a visual novel of a guy named Mark getting cucked. It's sort of funny.
No, so that guy's making the same argument we make about Comicsgate and EVS.
Yeah.
And we say you need Ethan Van Sciver, Comicsgate.
No, they don't. Okay.
We're like EVS. Why don't you get off Twitter or stop doing Trashcast and finish your 5 late books?
Okay, I think this is for later. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, that is for later. Okay. Is there anything worth going back to on this? Not really. I got a little bit of something. Another place. Oh God. I actually watched a little bit of
I've seen a little bit of
okay,
that.
I think you're way too hard on fucking a fighting cowboy from what I saw. Okay.
What?
Yeah, fighting cowboy. I don't know why the fuck you're so hard. You went so hard from what I saw. Maybe you were defending him. I was just
okay. The guy had a crash out, and then
I don't think it was a crash out. He just had a rant moment because he was dealing with dipshits in chat. Every streamer has.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this is the same thing I asked Sorter.
Okay.
Beware a black man has a Glock and comes in and says something edgy. That name should tell you right now that's going to either be a troll.
Yeah. Okay.
Or...
Yeah. There's probably a lot of trolls. Okay. There's probably a lot of trolls, but a lot of dipshits.
And also
who act
the
like
thing
trolls.
about it too is I looked at his Twitter as well. First he advertises Blue Sky before he advertises his. Just so you know, the only reason I kind of went harder is because I'm like, during that thing when he was like saying stuff was wrong, he used every liberal progressive buzzword.
Yeah.
But he's okay.
I mean, he's definitely
Today we're addressing
the mind side that this I don't even want to do. Over. I'm just pointing out.
I didn't call him that though.
No, I'm not saying you are. This guy's just
I didn't call him. I just said he's a leftist who doesn't understand.
I don't think he's a leftist. He's a normie lefty. I'll agree. He's a normie lefty who doesn't understand the sort of culture war. He doesn't want to understand it.
He understands it. He gets review copies. He hasn't had to pay for a game in years.
Does that mean he understands the culture war? A lot of people just want to be out. Okay, but this guy, I don't know if he's a troll or not. Okay, this is one of the sort of.
All right.
I don't know if he's a grifter or not, but this is hilarious here. I saw something that I found was hilarious. Just the title. I'm not going to watch it. RoboCop, Rogue City, white male murder simulator. I'm like, dude, I don't. You picked this up and you ran with some really weird stuff. I mean, you see a lot of normal stuff, but this, like, who actually said this about RoboCop?
I have heard nothing but glorious praise about that game for like the last.
I've heard it's a little bit clunky, but harking back to the old shooter days.
Yes.
Okay. Everyone was harassed by Nick Kalanger. No, they weren't. You turned that guy. This guy, just a standard dipshit, like a lot of people out there. I could just want to highlight that real quick because I found that funny. I called him woke right. I probably was wrong. But he's probably just a dipshit. And Ademion, of course, he's trying to make it like he also went with this. Again, he's lying. Assassin's Creed defenders attack me and I respond. No, he was talking about chat. The dipshits in chat. Stop being such a victim, Ademion.
All right. Endymion is not always. He is up there.
It's clickbait, okay?
He not only does he do a little bit of clickbait, he does care about the dog in the fight. But at the same time, Fighting Cowboy did his thing, and everything he accuses the so-called anti-woke of, he does himself. He basically, in his first Kazan videos he put out, he made like $100 and something that day minimum. He's fully monetized.
Yeah.
So he basically...
I don't think he would argue against that, okay?
No, he is fully monetized, and he basically... It's like his series, let's say he gets like 8,000 views in like 3 hours on his first Kazan gameplay. He does 3 a day. And let's say he got like even 5,000. That is still a good chunk of money a day. His response video got 191,000. You can't tell me that's not a good payday. But at the
it's a good payday, but he does.
That's a good payday.
He's more concerned about the. I think he's just seeing the artificial, the nitpicking at Assassin's Creed Shadow, and he's like, "This is too much." Like, even though I have criticisms of Dev, in particular, there's one person I'm like, this guy is way overboard with it. Okay, so let me take a side track
on the Fighting
quick.
Cowboy thing. Like, I'd be curious what he says about it, because when I looked at it, I'm like, maybe he just doesn't understand why a lot of us were against parts of Assassin's Creed Shadows. We weren't going to say it was going to fail. It's Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, some people were saying it was going to fail. Okay,
No.
People still make that argument, but he's conflating some people who aren't necessarily in the more reasonable anti-woke side of things with the completely people who are poisoning the well and are staking. There are a lot of people who are just doubling down on it's being a failure, finding ways. They did that with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. The dipshits like John Delarose. This is why I personally think, even as an anti-woke person, you need to call out these dipshits in your sphere. But they're just like a solid unit in there. And that's a mistake, in my opinion.
No, the problem, and half the issue with his take is he was literally using it as, and apparently someone who's in Renown's chat followed him and gave him some advice when he got stuck in Assassin's Creed Origins or something a couple of years back, and he flipped out on them. And it's like, to bring up what Sorter said, like the guy says he's not online, terminally online, but he shows all
Probably
the evidence.
not.
He shows all the evidence of it. And it's like, for a second, I don't believe him because of that. And the whole thing with Fighting Cowboy, he basically...
He's on his line. He's online for his job. But yeah, what I'm bringing up is like this. Both me and you, I have less criticism for Dev. You're a bona fide Dev hater.
I don't hate Dev.
Guy.
I just
but
hate Dev.
This guy here, I think he just goes overboard with the shit he does on Dev. This is just, I don't know if he's serious or if he's just autistically just triggered by Dev.
The lore on Ace is he was a major person that Dev at one point used to talk to more people.
Yeah.
But Ace he used to talk with, and then he crystallized himself or builds the fort around him. But like
Fortress arc, okay.
So he has like
about everything.
He basically, but remember last year he had the Ruby Ridge thing. He also had the Corey Copator thing. That shot
No,
him.
I don't know about that. I keep prize to fucking politics, but I hate it. I hate fucking politics.
But you know that's what got him in trouble. He took the Destiny take, and the thing about it is, later in the year, he took the Ruby Ridge take. The government was correct, and that was ultimately proven wrong. Now, Ace has a very big deal why he hates him, but he also knows Dev will not debate him. He said it.
So he memes him up. Okay. He goes after him.
So he still talks about
bitch ass
him,
coward. I can understand that. Just take the piss out of him with his content.
Then he tried to get Dev to talk to him. Then Dev finally admitted Dev will not talk to him because he's afraid it's going to turn around and be used for something else, even though he has publicly, incitedly argued against Ace for almost 2 to 3 years. They used to talk. It's kind of like him and Uzulu's crew. He'll say Uzulu screwed that one up. No, that was a Dev.
Well, I think he's got a point with Aiden Paladin. Okay.
But that's a story thing. Dev himself, like I'm still objective about with Dev, but I still believe Dev
you're a little bit off your rocker on that. I'm more objective with Dev.
I don't have V's audience take it this way.
Okay, fair enough.
V's audience is the one of the Arch's audience. We just call him the status Maple Leaf. He likes the status boot. What?
I think you're a little bit too off on that, but it's close enough. Okay, he hides that statism. He has some sort of thing for the state. Okay, he's Canadian.
He does.
It's like a disability. Okay, so
it's
I'll
just
agree
like
that.
Arch has his weird moments where Arch is like a very good, like, American sometimes.
Good boy.
He has his points where but he also has these points where if you catch it, he is a big, like, at points he's for the individual, but then certain stuff, he has Norwegian part that comes out in him, and we, as the audience, we see it. Arch likes the state or nationalization of certain resources. And you're right.
They did socialism, well, something like it well, because they
in
are
Norway?
not full.
Yes. Yeah.
Because they're not up their asshole in identity politics. They have a good balance, but they're also a smaller little nation.
They're a
so
smaller
it's easier to
country
pull
where
that
it
off.
can work on nationalizing like
It'd
sections
be just
of the government.
tough for all this shit in America. America's a fucking mess. There's a lot of things I like about America, but we're a fucking mess. But now, let's get into a little bit more Chud. This is going to be the end of Chud. He's going to go through this, which might be new for you. And this is your man, Chud. I'm sorry. Your Chud. Arch is here.
Got to be honest, it was pretty silly. And it started with this initial tweet from Hassan Piker over on Blue Sky, which was interesting. He was paid to play Assassin's Creed Shadows once more.
You're not going to believe this, but I got
Okay, real quick. Do you think Ubisoft recognizes that fucking Hassan is a complete asshole who platformed that fucking terroristic asshole? You think Ubisoft or anyone recognizes this outside of the fucking internet alt-tips?
Okay. I said this on my stream today.
Know
and
about
I said it
this
before. I said before, I really don't think when I heard Ubisoft was going to sponsor his son to play Assassin's Creed, and then I saw the follow-up tweet, he goes, yeah, of course I got a free game and promoted by Ubisoft. I'm like, so this was a marketing person who didn't know who Hassan was.
Yeah, complete and utter moron. And the thing against Hassan's been very internet online. The fucking Hassan went on trash the anime man and all those crappy people that I haven't followed.
I don't
and
know
they gave
about
him
that.
shit for having
He
Hassan.
basically before he did the whole thing recently, I'm like, so I know they wanted good PR for the game on launch, because by the way, they launched the game on the 30th anniversary, 20th or 30th anniversary of the Tokyo subway bombing.
I doubt they did that on purpose. Okay?
They didn't do that on
Come on
purpose.
now.
That was just happened to happen.
Yeah.
And
people point it out. Notice
that was on
like,
the
dumbass in marketing.
That was actually
but to let you know, I am not supportive of Ubisoft in any fucking way. I'm not going to buy Assassin's Creed Shadow, but the criticism being levied at it is just insane to me. That's the only thing. I'm not going to pick it up.
I will say the thing is, but if you want a person to promote it, I think someone goes, "Oh, Hassan's a big guy. He'll play video games," and I'm like, okay. But I don't look at him like,
dipshits are sort of like they're advocating for no, they're not. They're dumbasses. Okay, don't buy it, but don't buy it because they're fucking Ubisoft and they're fucking injecting fucking microtransactions.
That whole crowd that hates Ubisoft just because. Yeah, no, my criticisms of Shadow is similar to Upper Echelons. Yasuke was not necessary. Yasuke's playstyle doesn't fit the game.
I mean, I can understand why Ubisoft would be like, yeah, let's get a fresh idea. Let's get optional, cool black samurai that's trending at this particular time and work him into. I understand the logic behind why they went with Yasuke. Yeah. He was the hot new thing. They decided to use this sort of different play styles, but yeah, as you said, a lot of people play Assassin's Creed to feel like an assassin, and Yasuke does not feel like
he doesn't parkour. He doesn't like in the whole thing about with him, and I've watched.
But at least they don't try to replace. They don't try to make him an assassin. That's the one credit I'll be like.
He doesn't have an assassin.
Awesome abilities.
He doesn't have like.
Yeah, and he has that sort of honorable knight thing.
The weird part about him in the game,
stealth kill, I think, is around to the honor of knights. You can't just assassinate. You have, like, I've been replaying Ghost of Tsushima, and it's all about why it has its problems. I think overall, it's a great game.
See, the thing that they did was, the thing is what you're seeing a lot with people when you do have to use Yasuke is Yasuke's a very brutal style. Like, he's the bruiser, like, but bear in mind, they're coming off of Valhalla. Right now, they're just making Assassin's Creed games that are just, they're Call of Duty it and phoning it in. At some point,
well, I am interested in Assassin's Creed Shadow. I'm still not going to do day one because it does sound like they're innovating. As you said, from what I'm hearing, at least, I'm not going to fucking buy it day one. In fact, I'm going to wait for it to be on sale or something.
It was already on. If you wanted to play it, you can play it on the Game Passes for
not
everything.
Doing that. I'm not contributing to those numbers of players. Okay.
No, I don't think there's three. I don't think there's
disingenuous criticism.
I don't think there's 3 million players in the game. I really don't.
I'm sure 3 million people have tried to play the game. How long? As you said, Game Pass. The fucking market is changing.
They said 27% of the game was Steam activations. and the highest Steam number was 64,000.
Some people might just be buying it just as a show of faith. I don't fucking know.
So here's
Okay,
like,
I don't want to
Yeah.
talk about things that I don't actually can't.
No, I'll
prove.
just say this on Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? But sponsoring Hassan to play it is probably not would have been the go-to. I would have probably brought it to
It's a
Shroud.
retard move, of course.
He's like, what, Shroud or somebody else? Come on, you don't have any major YouTubers that you could have done it to?
Yeah, I'm amazed that they just look at numbers. Hassan's the biggest guy on Twitch, and that's a problem.
No,
Why
he's the
fuck is
fourth
Hassan?
biggest guy now, or fifth.
Oh,
He's
got
dropped.
knocked down.
No, Asmongold's
Good,
out doing
good.
it now.
Good. Well, I have my problems with Asmongold. That's just because he's a moron.
And Arch is
Okay.
just wait to see if Arch. I'm waiting to hear. Let's see if Arch speaks on this because
He
Arch-
does. He does.
You know how Blizzard employees were stealing breast
Really?
milk? Grummz
Oh,
took it a
they're-
step further. He went into the work daycare at the office and dressed
I'm
up as a
watching this
woman's
via
baby to
Chud
suck
because
from
it's
the
funny.
source.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
That is the meme.
Thank you for the 333 Stylo.
As you can see, it clearly says ad right there. And you see this all the time where influencers are paid.
I want to point out too.
Yes, sir.
This officially now means that Ubisoft is sponsoring a guy who is pro-terrorism.
We will get to that for sure. For sure.
Oh my god, dude!
He did that as a meme.
Wow, dude! I can't stand it anymore, man. I can't stand it.
Arch was
It's the
cracked
same- it's the
doing
same
a
case
joke.
study. Yes, Hassan's a shitter. Okay. Yes.
Yes, look at the shit-eating grin on his face. Okay, I agree.
Grummz
Look at the
will
grin
tweet
on
that, so
Arch's
you can tell a
face.
lot about Ubisoft with
Yeah.
how much money they are terrorist platforming streamers, right? You can tell a lot about that.
Yep.
So that leads us to the response here from, if you notice at the bottom of the screen.
Elon.
Musk chimes in, says Hassan is a fraud.
What's wrong with that view?
Yep.
Your boy Fargoth, you are one of the most insufferable shitters in my chat. Okay, I must say. So,
Do you even think Hassan's a fraud? He's a fucking socialist. Okay, he's living up like the Muslims. He's willing to lie
He's
to
a
people.
champagne socialist. I had to say,
Yeah, he's
order
willing to
comes from-
lie to
Yes.
propagate his ideology.
Okay, he's
Okay,
of
it's
a
not
more
a standard
noble,
that I like.
No, he's of a more noble bloodline of Turks, the upper crust.
The ones who genocided the Turks. No, I know.
Armenians.
They weren't. The Young Turks was just a bad name for TYT.
No, he's of the upper crust of the clans in the families of the Turkish people. So he's like a champagne socialist, but he's smart
Yes.
enough to know. But he is a true believer in a lot of what he says, even if he is.
Yeah, for a while, a lot of people were like, Ethan, how didn't you know Hassan was like this? And some people came around like, oh my God, Ethan really didn't realize Hassan was like this. He's not just a complete fucking commie sympathizer who's completely off his rocker in a lot of ways and just markets himself in a very weird
It didn't
way.
take. By the way, it didn't take October.
Some people
7th.
don't want to see. Some
It
people don't
didn't
wanna see
take
this
October 7th to make Hassan anti-Israel. You should have known what you were getting into bed with.
It's a lot of people who paid attention to Hassan and what he did. Ethan just didn't. When you know people, you know how many people are like, yeah, like LG, even other dipshits are like, yeah, I've talked with Grummz, I've talked with Smash JT. They seem like cool people. I'm like, did you not look at what they've done in the past? You're just gonna get into bed with these motherfuckers. It's fine to fucking talk to these people, but to simp for them like these dipshits are, I just don't understand it. It's Smash.
I would
JT
have a
fucking
conversation
was a
with. I
Viper.
would have a conversation
Yes.
with Grummz, but I would also ask Grummz, why has your game been in dev hell for 8 years?
Oh, I would want him to do the Keffels thing and give us transparency on what he did with the fucking money.
I'm like,
600K, over 600.
have you heard?
600K.
Have you heard what Steam said? Why Steam ended Project Greenlight? All those Project Greenlight. They said they have a new policy as of last year. if you just keep your game in permanent early access and you're not giving game updates and people want refunds, you can
Grummz
get it.
got salty that he lost it to Combs and Berate. That was a brilliant move.
Did you ever hear that about Steam? Steam even said, developers aren't gonna.
There's
aren't
other
gonna be
issues
stealing
like shit. There's also shit games that are used for like cryptocurrency and crap.
Oh yeah,
like
those
that.
are banned as soon as they get found out.
If they get found out, there's some of them. It's a little bit sus. But yeah, let's.
By the
continue
way,
with this.
I will say this: Chud didn't understand Arch was cracking a joke with his shit-eating grin. This
Yeah.
makes it soft. None of them else got it.
Yeah, I agree. Arch definitely was a little bit of a shitter there, and Chud just took it. But he's been looking at this. It seems
The problem
a little weird.
is the repeated statement of obvious sentiment. Okay,
Yeah,
that is the thing that I find fucking annoying about it. If it wasn't explicitly clear, that is what the problem is. Hassan is a terrorist supporter. 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 Get boring. It was an opportunity to not just endlessly repeat what a fucking retard Hassan is, because he actually raped fucking Elon and and Grummz over this shit. And even
No, he didn't. God has given him too much credit. Fucking Assassin's Creed raped them. Okay, he had to own. Hassan just came in for the follow-up. Okay, he went for the easy dunk. It's like Hassan going against Andrew Tate. Like, of course, Hassan is gonna win in that circumstances. Hassan's lost to like the gay black conservative guy who came on his show. People know this shit. I think he's actually reading out that thing there. But yeah, he's giving him too much credit. Fucking Assassin's Creed owned them. And online. It doesn't fucking matter.
Okay, that's the
Ratios are
same
worthless.
account. By the way, that's an Assassin's Creed account that gave out CD keys as well.
Yeah, it's promoting the game.
Yeah.
Under Grummz, yes, I remember that. That was a little based. Okay. You got to give whoever's run that account some credit for
It's
this.
it's a
Even
it's a
if
community-
Ubisoft
It's a
is flop-
community manager.
Okay, base community manager. Okay, that's all I'll say on that.
then I found his video annoying. Like some of his video was very gay, even then.
A lot of.
But it's like at least it's not just the same fucking talking points. Repeat again and again.
Yeah, that's why I'm tired.
Sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game just for the money.
Very so.
Like that is the least problems with fucking Hassan. I think it's more his ideology that's more fucked up. Fucking hell, Elon's so fucking out of touch.
Socialist of him. Very, very.
This
very
is very social. Yes. What was interesting about this was how Assassin's Creed responded, because they felt the need to chime in and give it up for their you have not seen this yet, Arch, have you?
Give him
No, I'm looking forward to the why terrorism is good take.
No.
Well, this is quite interesting to see.
Oh my god.
So Elon talks here, and then if you recall the controversy around Elon Musk not too long ago.
Your Arch is fucking such a shitter. Your man Arch is such a fucking shitter. That's all I'll say.
Was about how he had a top character in Path of Exile 2, and it turned out it was leveled by somebody else. So Assassin's Creed chimes in and says, is this the guy? Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? Right,
Dude, that's a brilliant response, though. Brilliant.
It is.
That's a
I
good
think that's the thing that I really want to point out here as we go along and talk about this is like, look, you can appreciate a good burn when there's a good burn, and that's a fucking great burn, right? It really is. Grummz responded with Assassin's Creed Shadow.
Oh, bro. Damn, that must be tough. It is. You can't deny it, bro. You can't deny that this is a great clapback. It's fucking undeniable that Elon got totally raped here. I mean,
totally raped.
It's a source of obvious embarrassment for him, and they're touching on it on a very public controversy regarding him being a shitty gamer.
Those isn't the hit Ubisoft desperately needs, analyst says. Kind of trying to clap back at Assassin's Creed here. Got 10,000 likes, but nothing.
It's a clap back.
Come on. Get to it. Get to it.
81,000 likes. 34 million views here.
Mm-hmm.
To which Assassin's Creed claps back at Grummz, saying,
"Yep,
where is this? Right here.
Do it.
Our game is out."
Which,
obviously the controversy around Grummz is he has his game number, and
they know, bro. They know that they're raped. You can tell they're sat there like, oh,
Yeah.
Difficult to spin this one. There's anything
Yep,
but
not.
Grummz rape.
And I saw something about fucking Grummz fucking botting the like so he didn't get ratio. I don't know if that's true or not. I
So
don't know
here's
if
the
that's true.
thing, right? Okay, Ubisoft say it's AC Shadows like KCD2 stayed in like the top 10 or top whatever games, then it slowly dropped down the charts. Like they screenshotted it when it was like the #1 sold game, like day one. Then it just slipped off the charts.
Yeah, I meant they still got a point. Okay, it's a mid game from what I'm hearing. A lot of people, it's better than people expect from Ubi slop, but it's still Ubi slop. As you said, upper echelon sounded like he had a good take. I'm not going to support it because that ain't for me. But at least their game's out, unlike Ember 8.
They know. You can tell that they know.
Yes.
Oh, that Grummz is just raped here. Brilliant.
There's a. Okay, let's stop there. So Arch, I want to
through it. Let's see.
Here.
Yeah.
Taking this. Damage sector. He's got quite a lot. Interesting guy. I talk to him sometimes.
The Grummz Ubisoft Assassin's Creed Shadow social battle today.
Some good ones.
Yes. True. Yes.
Chud goes down to the disclaimer also. I find that
what's
hilarious.
This? Disclaimer. I've openly
Because Grummz, everything is promoting violence against me. That sort of crap out there. In such a disingenuous fucking talking point, in my opinion.
spoken out against death threats towards people, including Grummz. If you don't get this, this is just slapstick comedy post. I just can't help you.
Yep.
Bro, I don't like the ratio point. The ratio points always come across as a bit silly, but
it's
just that the response is just, cataclysmic.
It's Keppel's logic. It's Keppel.
You're touching on point. Oh,
logic.
wait, who's this guy following me? Who is this guy? Fuck it, I'm going to follow him back. Good tweet. Worth it.
I gratted him for getting the Chud.
Yeah, it's like more so just about in Ubisoft are going to be bothered by one article with some analysis that goes against the company versus person touch,
Well, IGN is the one
Chud
who
Chain follows
said,
so many retards.
IGN is the one who said they had like 2 million players, but they did an accidental journalism. They said they announced 3 million players, but not the actual sales. It's like,
yeah, they're always going to spin it in a certain way. I don't care how many sales. Everyone's obsessed with the fucking sales numbers, and I understand why these motherfuckers are doing it. It's just not something I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about, is the game better than previous? Do you think Ubisoft is this is a better game? And it looks like it's a better game. It's still Ubisoft, so not going to be anything in particular special. Yeah, journalists are going to fucking journal and be a whole bunch of bitch.
but I've also said how much of the game is being played through Xbox Live or Ubisoft Connect through Ubisoft Plus, because I don't think the game's worth $70. You know what's funny? If I had Ubisoft Plus, I could have played that day one with the deluxe version or Game Pass.
Yeah, but who would fucking buy that? Fucking also, things are changing. Times are changing. The streaming model is going to really shake things up. It did it with film and television, and now everyone's jumping on it with video games. Okay, who's going to be the winner there? I don't know. I don't care. I judge games for their quality, not for their fucking sales or players at the end of the day. Oh, quiet.
You're not allowed to criticize me today at all, okay?
Oh, he's banning people.
I'm just kidding.
He's lying. He's lying. Chud is lying.
The problem here is that both Elon and Grummz have massive weak spots that for some reason they elected to double down on again and again.
What? Oh, what? Dude, their own side is raping them. They're getting raped by their own boat. It's blue on blue, friendly fire.
Whatever. Arch, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, The problem here is that both Elon and Grummz have massive weak spots that for some reason they elected to double down on again and again. Elon doubling down on his. Nobody will be in lacking of understanding if you go like, yeah, I don't have time to level my Faceal account. I'm just going to pay somebody. Nobody would question the game.
Yeah,
and
no
he
one
didn't
would.
take the joke. And it's like,
John covered Arch Warhammer years ago. I wonder if he remembers him. Yeah, of course I do. I mocked his accent. I've been on his podcast. He was actually quite reasonable when we spoke, if I recall correctly. And I mean, you know, here he's being very reasonable as well. He's giving completely fair and, in my opinion, correct analysis about this
just
situation.
game for a very long time now with the parody game, and he didn't take the joke. And it's like, just take the joke. It's not that hard. And it allows for.
Oh, Grummz. Mark Kern coped about that. It's like we weren't even going to keep that stupid name, Ember. We're going to change it. But then later he's like, yeah, Steam told me the fair use crap. I can't get it back. And that's really fucked up. Fair use law. Like, bitch, you play the system. You got burned by it this time.
So you didn't. So you play the system. You didn't either trademark your name or keep it. Okay.
Yep.
And the whole thing about Elon being exposed, like he's like, but I can do all this and I can play. Like, I understand being a top player potentially in Diablo 4 because that doesn't take as much effort. Path 2, saying you did hardcore and you did it yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, you didn't pull it off well. And the Path people will call you out. And
I don't even know why he's trying to get into the gaming space. Elon should just keep
okay. Elon has the point. Like, he posted a video randomly of him the other day, like playing on his own, like playing Diablo 4, doing a pit. And I don't know if it's current. It's him. It's just him on the doing the autistic 5,000 clicks a second on a ultra wide like size monitor. And I'm like, okay, my guy, you prove you can play Diablo 4, but yeah, okay,
that just comes off as the meme. Hey, fellow kids, the Bashimi.
How his mind works.
I don't want to know. Okay, you think you know? Take a crack at it.
He just basically plays like he understands what he needs to do in a game. But he also has people who just give him the best gear in the game, like in his characters on Diablo 4 probably get that. But in the same rate, he may not be able to explain. He may not. Oh no, I've watched him do pit runs. Like, I'm like,
oh God, why?
I've watched him.
Why would you watch Elon?
I've just done it before, just curious. And I'm like, he doesn't do as well as he does. He goes, oh, the character died. I'm like, what did you think happened?
Oh God! Oh, this is more about Elon than I ever wanted to know. Let's continue.
Mind. Elon is a gamer to a degree, but he also has that point where he has that autistic focus till he doesn't.
Yeah. He's autistic, not a Nazi, probably.
Sick burns like these because they've now got both very easy to exploit weak points. Even though, again, I think Elon Musk has a point here. Like, the fact that he paid the dude to level his Path of Exile account doesn't change the fact that Ubisoft is paying a dude who promotes terrorism.
Right. Well, the burn outweighs that at this point.
Yes.
Right. And
oh.
Dude, I'm
Chud is shocked.
They're
Is
literally
Chud shocked?
Bro, Cums is finished, bro. Cums is totally finished, dude. Unlucky Cums, you just got fucking wrecked. It is so ridiculous, bro. I really want to go on Twitter and call Grummz a rape.
Too bad that video is sort of
slur.
being
I'm just holding back a bit, okay?
You know, I was telling Blaz about this before the show.
Well, I'll get to it.
So, a little bit of a side story here. Back in my early 20s, I worked for Coca-Cola, and when I worked for Coke, we did.
Back when I was old, man. What the fuck is he going on this little side tangent for? This is just like, what is he trying to do here? Is this like low-key sweeping? Or is he trying to get to a point and obfuscating it so much? I don't understand this fucking shit here.
For example.
I just... I'll play.
The best thing that Grummz could have said right here is sick burn. Right? Like,
Yes.
that's it. Sick burn, you got me. And then just everybody moves on and everyone stops laughing.
But he's a retard, okay? He got trolled by the fucking hard R guy. What, Dragonflight Man or something?
Yeah.
He's been just a complete and utter lolcow, okay? And this is their leader. This is the retard that they choose to follow for so long. With all this baggage, doubling down on some of the dumbest takes.
No. The person do you know
he doubled down on the trans bullet stuff, okay?
Do you know who in this space they say is the leader of the anti-woke gamers is?
Who? Not Cabrutus, I hope. That guy's even worse.
No,
that guy's
it's worse.
Who?
Asmongold is our god. I thought you knew.
That dude will flip flop with whatever popularity. And
They literally say, Asmongold or Grummz is your god. That's their go-to burn against anybody who either makes the thing. Oh, you just wait to have Asmongold do a gamer take for you.
No, they're fucking misreading it. Asmongold half the time gets his take from his chat. His chat fucking leads him around. He thinks he's the big alpha dog, but his chat has a whipped. Asmongold, totally whipped ass bitch. He comes off as
He has his
fucking
views,
alpha.
but when it's a political topic, he'll stick his foot in his mouth. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's just so fucking and apologize. I think his chat wanted. I think with fucking was it Assassin's Creed? I think they wanted him to go like, "This is shit." But I think he turned on them. He was like, "No, good game."
It's mediocre, yes, not good. It's mediocre.
He was enjoying it. He said, "Okay." He's good when they are good. They're such inconsistent people. Okay. How did these fucking people become the thought leaders? I don't even fucking care. Anti-woke movements turned itself into a joke. It could have been something a little bit more legitimate, but it's just a clown show nowadays.
You have to start embracing Arch more. Arch he's already tried to go against the anti-wokers because it's already like, see, Arch's main point is like something we all have agreed on our side for a while. Conservatives are not a leading majority. We just have the commanding voice and we were able to wait stuff out.
Especially not in the creative fields, okay? You need to build creative if you want it done.
So the thing about it is we waited out and we played the normie game, or the normies came around to our side. The progressives just became smaller and smaller niche while they gave away their majority.
They threw away their fucking issues on the trans issue. They pushed too fucking
They
hard.
pushed too hard on the issues.
The trans and the kids killed them, and some of them are still dumb enough to double down.
The progressive movement openly started falling apart after 10 years.
Yeah, I think I could agree. The progressive stack can only take the progressive movement so far. You started having people seeing the light, being like, this isn't working. Anna Casperia, okay. I'm even seeing the person who called I'm literally a communist to Pierce Morgan going with the sort of thing that the woke right narrative that James Lindsay spin. I'm like, oh, the left is trying to co-opt this.
You know what gets Dev in trouble? He tries to say there's a woke right. Yeah.
There is a woke right, okay? I can argue that well as anyone else. You can disagree with the name, but
I don't agree with Lindsay or trigonometry's definition.
Well, my definition is just identity politics plus power, okay? It's like whatever identity. And it's almost a meme on the right, okay? They turn Christians into a sort of identity group. I can see where they're coming from with a whole bunch of the bit shit, why that sort of took on, why it's actually effective, but it's almost a meme. Okay. I agree. Lindsay, I like the fact that they're using the power of the woke against the right. I still would rather go with red pill right. Red pill woke. like Andrew Tate. We're in the Matrix. That sort of brain rot.
Wouldn't you say though, like, and this goes into this whole idea, like this way I disagree with how they wanted to go about it. And I think the neocons, right? Like, no one wants to see the return of the neocons. Like, Dev fears the neocons, but he's gone so far progressive over to that side, he doesn't realize he went that far. But he also quotes.
I think he's the woke centrist. I think he's gone over to the woke centrist side. I'd say more woke libertarian. I don't even fucking know. I'm probably placing this wrong. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But he did the whole thing of, like, Arch has been doing this thing because you got to go. You cannot have the far right come back and destroy the movement that we've been trying to build in 10 years. And this has been the big thing against Grummz. Arch, what he said against Grummz is what he has said on his channel. Sargon has said the same thing when he talks to him during their Stand for Bridge thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, give you a little backstory.
Yep. Well, this is just
but by doubling and tripling and quadrupling down, of like, no. Like, he's the one with the shovel right now. So like, just like, if you let your pride go and just be like, yeah, I fucked up, or hey, that was good, be the punching bag in this right here. So
he can't.
Yeah, like that. He used to just. Reason why the Ember controversy is still a thing is because he has refused to do that, refused to just take it and go like, yeah, it's taking way too long. I'm sorry, etc. Same with Elon Musk too. Like, again, nobody will look at the world's richest man who's going to space and go like, no, you have to level your own.
I don't think he has the money. Okay. Some people will be like, I don't think he has the money. I don't know what he spent the money on. He has liens, which, well, let's save that for a minute.
Right.
Dude, I think Arch is right as well. I think the problem is Elon presents.
You have something to say on that, or you want to wait?
No, you're
I don't know how long you intend to hang out.
No, you're good.
Okay. Well, we'll go.
Himself as this fake gamer when it's bullshit, right? Whereas if he was like, yeah,
Not
I want to play at a high
gamer.
level at that time, so I paid some fucking Asian to do it for me.
He's just
I mean,
into
it
high
makes the attack a lot weaker,
elite.
doesn't it? You know? But it's the fact that he got
Elite
exposed.
microtransactions. Most people pay microtransactions to upgrade their character. I pay an actual guy to level up my character. That's even worse. As far as normie gamers, microtransactions, the bane of our existence. And I think Assassin's Creed Shadows upped that up a little bit from what I hear. Like, you can pay to have the map unlocked. What the fuck?
Tony Stark didn't level his Path of Exile character? Like, probably not.
And I think, look, he runs $6 billion companies and all this stuff, right? Like, nobody would be like,
I was going to. I can't show it on stream, so I get in trouble. Right? And I've just users today who are likely to be interested in your content. Right? Dude, what? Oh my god. They're trying to make me advertise the post. Twitter.
Time leveling up his character. Like, 0% of people, unless you're just incredibly gullible, right?
Crank goes on and on and on.
But
just
yeah,
filler.
between Elon and Grummz right here, like, just take the L. Just take, like, the Grummz haters. Look,
Okay, that's wonderful.
Grummz, well, he doesn't want to come on our show anymore because Blabs is very critical of us.
Jarvis would grind exiles for Tony. Don't be silly. True.
Are critical of him, and you know, it is what it is, right?
Blabs, you evil woman.
Because Blabs is based, okay? She has some intellectual honesty. She's a woman, so of course she's not going to be the highest in the gaming IQ, but at least she tries. You got to give her credit for that. Okay, I've seen her in the space. She's been keeping up. She's been supportive of the Grummz, sort of. Just take your blows and finish your fucking game, dweeb.
No, holding a man accountable on the internet. I'm terrible.
Okay, so I think Blaz and I have had this
My
conversation.
Twitter is @irrational_Chad if you want to go and look at what I've just said. The horrific message I put out there.
Horrible.
At least a half a dozen times, right?
Do you not see
For
the
me, I
grin
see
on
it as a
Arch's
consolidated-
face?
Let's make it go viral, guys. Let's make it go viral.
Do you not see do you not see the grin on Arch's face?
Yeah, he's probably just been waiting and seeing. Okay.
He is laughing at what she said.
Yeah.
I know this. How do I know this? Because I've listened to Arch enough over the years, and you can just imagine he has a little chubby cheeks with a shit ass grin.
Why don't you just date him, Tiamon? Okay, just
I
write
watched
your
the
love
person-
letter to Arch.
I look.
Okay,
know
I'm
what?
exaggerating a bit.
You're
I'm
being.
exaggerating.
It's one of those things you either know. See, very few people ever see him on stream. You just have to list those voice implications. It's like he agrees with her. He just is taking in the moment.
Yeah, he's just like, I don't want to say this. I don't want to lose it. Okay, it's the same my show. They're taking it. And I'm not being pressed on this shit. You're probably right.
He hits
You're probably right.
the vast majority of time. Now, do I think Grummz spends way too much time online tweeting about things? Yes, I do. I think that,
oh my God.
you know, he absolutely should turn his attention to his game and focus on that. And maybe he is, but it's not one of those things where he's posting updates on it on a day-to-day basis, at least not on X, right? And we've had him on our show several times, and he's obviously welcome to come back at any time. But I think that there is a point where it would be
But he's a bitch. He went to Yellow Flash instead for his defense.
simply just being like, yeah, you're right. I do need to focus on my game a little bit more. That's been in development for X number of time or whatever, and just take the L and move on. Because I do think that what he does brings some value to, like, I can separate the two things. I can separate the idea
No,
that
he's a detriment. He's a fucking dead weight on you motherfuckers. He brings you all fucking down. Same thing with Smash JT. They're too stupid. I mean, even if they had the best intent, which I don't think they have, but that's my opinion, they're dead weights as what they are.
He could be allegedly scamming people out of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
well, not hundreds of thousands of dollars.
No, he's raised over $500,000.
Well,
dude, this is so based, dude. Finally, the down, bro. I've been praying for days like this. I've literally fucking talked about how much Grummz is a total shitter, but he doesn't get held to account by his own side because they like his anti-woke takes or whatever, right? And it's like finally, people are starting to actually fuck.
What?
Okay, we have me, Renowned, and LG. We've all said the same thing. You still haven't put like your game out. Yeah, you can have a base take, but they go, but you don't go after Grummz. And here's what we say. Yeah, we've said you're a shithead for not putting your game out.
Okay. Yeah. That's smart. Okay. I don't even think Smash JT and fucking Hypnotic's done that sort of shit when pressed on it. Okay, that's fucking stupid. Be like Grummz, just put your fucking game out. They're cowards.
Like you can have your stuff, but as gamers, we're like, you're not giving us our product and you're just taking money. And I've been long said, I come from the era when you had Project Greenlight on Steam, or the people who just put out games that stayed in permanent status, or the Kickstarters. Oh, I want to make a game, and then they don't put it out and they run away with the money or something.
Yeah. Fucking upper echelon got on shit for his. I don't think it was that bad of an example between him and Zoe Quinn and her Kickstarter. I think people got a little bit too moral high horses with that at the end of the day. I think it's not exact, but dipshits will be dipshits. And upper echelon definitely lets the dipshits get to him. Probably way too much. Probably his biggest flaw.
Fucking go at this guy from his own side. We've been a total grifting fuck. It's happening, guys. It's happening. Let's go. Grummz. Totally odd C-word. Totally odd C-word. Totally odd. It looks like they found. Okay.
Okay.
I think that my personal thoughts on Grummz
say
is
the C word.
I think that he is.
Who the fuck knows? Probably not. He probably doesn't want to get demonetized. Okay. I don't think he's even edgy as he comes off. He does it because it's funny. And that's what his audience loves. I think Queeman's audience is grooming Chud a little bit. I hope he doesn't get groomed by Queeman's little gay-ass little audience. But that's a different issue. Issue for a different day.
A poor businessman who has put himself in a business situation.
He's deceitful.
Where he is. I don't think he's deceitful. I think he's unorganized.
He's actually lied about it.
I think that's worse. That's worse. I think being unorganized can be, because if you're unorganized, you can be deceived.
Yes, he's lied. Literally lies. Okay, you can catch him on so many fucking little lies. Why?
Deceitful unknowingly. And I think that's, in my conversations with him, that's what I get from Grummz.
All right, can I ask you a question then? Sure. Do you find it lying that you would say on your Twitter bio that you are the CEO of a video game but you're not actually, and it's been discovered, and you wipe that from your bio?
I got to be honest. I don't. That's not that big of an issue to me. It's really
Lying
not.
about being the CEO of a company.
But hold on, Blabs. Who was the CEO?
He's his mother or something like that. His family member.
His dad. So it's not that big a deal. Like,
Well,
it's
Wah, wah, wah. Wrong. We already did that clip.
that happens all the time where people are they have titles in companies and they're just figurehead titles.
But if you're the fucking trying to represent gamers, you want to be a fucking empty. The stupidity of what Craig is sort of putting out there is just. Art should be like, down boy, but he's just enjoying the whole shit show, I think. Because this is a funny ass shit show. Craig going on and on.
Titles. That happens all the time. That's not.
No, to me, that's dishonest. If you're going to raise money and you're going to fund for a video game, you need to be as transparent as fuck.
I agree with her there. Okay. I don't think it's dishonest for that. I think it's flawless. Material. Using your money.
I mean, you got to understand the one thing is I'll say sometimes Grummz makes a good opinion, but when he goes into game development, he doesn't have the thing because he can go, what, but my game, but like Elon goes, well, oh, you caught me. I'm not a gamer. Like he faked, like he goes, yeah, so I paid the person. Good job. Like even Diablo 4 players said, yeah, he's getting free gear.
Yeah. Well,
like we're like, you're paying or you're doing shit.
Exile, Path of Exile 2. Yeah, let them get their money from Elon. Get a rocket ship built to get Path of Exile on the moon or Mars. I mean, I would take Ifil's path. Anyone? Why not? At the end of the day, Elon's a bit of an autist. We all know that about him. Okay.
He's that much of an artist, but he's not that much of an artist that he'll just be able to do everything with like in past.
He has some wild ideas. Some of them are crazy. Okay.
But someone then said, they go, this is the same man who designed an Elden Ring character that looked like ass.
Oh, God. That's petty ass shit. Okay. Everyone who's played Demon Souls have done a Shrek-like character. Okay. Those aren't real Dark Souls players if they care about the looks of the character.
But yeah. But this is where I say Craig just doesn't want to come out. Like, I think he's afraid.
Yeah, he doesn't.
So I think this is not the one where I
denial.
think the other is like he lost about 100 subs when he criticized Grummz. Okay.
Yep. Hell, even Spoon got. We're going to get into that before the main event. I have a little section. Remember I brought up the Ace guy? Definitely way too on Dev's balls. I mean, you think he's doing it because he's pissed off at Dev, so he just wants to fucking do the 1-2 punch?
I think he wants. I think he wanted to get Dev to talk to him, but Dev's not going to put himself to talk to him.
I wouldn't either. The dude seems like a sus retard stalker.
No, he used to be in.
He might not be it, but he comes off that way.
He used to be in Dev's Discord.
Yeah,
and they used to talk more. Like he's in the same vein as like Artemis is, or close in there. But then he got out. It's just Ace. Him and Ace had a very hard falling out, and it's like all relationships. Dev doesn't like talking to his exes.
Yeah, bit of a bitch. Scrump might be a complete ass and thing, but he still was a bitch.
Oh yeah, Scrump will still go on to like with Aiden.
Yeah, but he's
and Broken
definitely
Crown
seems like a crazy ass guy.
Yeah.
Same thing with Aiden. All those people are crazy. I mean, you shouldn't be such a bitch as Dev and just cut him off and just not being co-host. I
didn't name like a
Voldemort.
Then Voldemort named the guy.
Yeah. Dev's a bitch. The centrist bitch.
And lying about being even CEO right off the bat, like, bruh.
Blaz, I'm telling you, it happens in business every day in all industry ever. Like there are figurehead titles in anything. There are chief marketing officers who don't do shit.
Sweep. Yes, true.
It's easier for whatever reason, right? For a financial reason. Or
I think that well, I mean, I don't actually know about that part of it. I'm not as much of a Grummz A-log.
Mom.
CIA.
I think he's moved on. Oh no, he goes on to Critical Drinker. The Critical Drinker. Let's not get into that. Okay. The Critical Drinker, horrible movie. He brings up a point like, did his friends say it was good? Yes, Chud. They said it was they hyped it up. Even though everyone on the internet, I haven't watched it. I can't judge it. There's a lot of bitches out there at the end of the day. But yeah. End of that segment, I believe. I don't think no, they do come back to it after a whole fucking Critical Drinker section. Yeah, that goes into his point about the real gaming awards, I guess. You hype up something to be so big, you take money for it, and you put out a crappy job. You put out a crappy product. At least Craig put out a product. At least Critical Drinker put out a movie. No matter how crappy it might be, they put shit out. That's it.
I want to point out that I agreed with a couple of things that he's said, right? I'm not like, everything he says is moronic. No, I can agree with him and disagree on.
Okay, Poop Lord, dude, you're literally annoying, okay? What about the best movie ever for comparison? I'm not saying that it needs to compete with the best movie ever. Someone pointed out that there are some movies that don't introduce the characters, and I'm saying, but then they do other things which...
How often does Chud talk out of his lane? Mind me asking? You trying to find it? He's so Vincent. Okay. Which one are you looking for, Vincent?
Which we brought us on to this point is, as far as I understand it,
I had myself muted. I had that mute problem.
Did you not? I'm trying to tell you, you're muted. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I was coughing for a bit, so I muted myself.
Understand.
Fucking hell. Okay.
You're a boomer.
I was going on how Chud does talk out of his ass a lot. He called Rev said Desu a bit of a nonce before, and someone came down on him for it and made a big deal. I'm like, yeah, the whole lolly crap. And
so he does talk out. So he does talk out of his lane once in a while and gets put back into it.
I don't think he's wrong here. From everything I hear, the Critical Drinker movie was a little bit crap, and his friends did.
Oh, yeah, no, don't get me wrong.
Hype it up.
Don't get me wrong. Dane and them, when they made fun of Drinker, even Renowned the other day had to tell me, it sucks I have to agree with actual fandom or Dane on Ethan Van Sciver being crazy. I'm like,
yeah,
Dane is like a broken clock, does have stuff he's right about. And
he actually has a good video. Of course, he doesn't talk in the video at all. It's one of his compilations. He has editing.
It's like one of those things of, I'll give them credit, but the same way of, I don't like Critical Drinker. I don't like FNT. I've never liked Jeremy Gray.
I like Critical Drinker. I just think he's not that great.
Satire.
Okay.
He's satire.
He's a satirical, and people take him seriously. And like he has some great insight. Fuck off, okay? Dude's basic bitch.
People goes, he's
got a good shtick, okay? He's entertaining, and he definitely brings up a few good points here and there. That
he does have his
like,
points, but it's like, oh, he didn't see the glass onion. Okay. Yeah, like, I'm like, but don't put this man on a pedestal.
Glass onion was bullshit, though. Okay, I did that when fucking Pillar of Garbage criticized fucking Critical Drinker, because I don't watch this shit unless I have to. Yeah, I watched it, and I'm like, this movie's ass for so many different reasons, so many different ways, so many different reasons.
So you got to understand, Critical Drinker is one of those people. He's trying to be serious now. He was the guy, he did film on satire. Yeah, I understand.
He should have kept to it. He should have not had it stick up his ass, because there's many gaffes of what he's done now that he's really seriously got into it and got.
Now I'm a serious film critic. Okay, my guy. Yep. Just like Birdman. Go look up Birdman. Birdman the other day.
Trust me, I covered Birdman. Okay, I think he brings up some good points, but he
But he also the other day
ass.
admitted where he goes, "Yeah, I'm a voice actor in Hollywood, but I haven't seen a Marvel series I don't like. They've all been good." I'm like,
it's a reactionary stance. I don't think that's totally it. He does sweep for fucking Marvel.
I'm just like,
series,
you
from what I'm
sweet
saying.
for all of this bad consumer stuff. I know
Not
you
everything.
live in LA, but
Yeah, he's a bit of a simp for a lot of that stuff, but
yeah.
and he definitely
So
has
at
this
least
sort
you
of
know
attitude.
who Birdman is. I was like, someone tried
Trust
to
me.
ask him.
I actually thought his video on the flat earthers was good, solidly good from what I saw. A
Did
little
you
bit
see him try to go
low-hanging
after
fruit.
Spoon?
Yeah, dude, I have a whole response video to it. I make fun of both of them in different ways. Okay, a bird versus Spoon. That was a definitely satirical video where I take the piss mostly out of Spoon because it's Spoon. Okay, but there's a few points I'm like, Birdman, why the fuck are you doing this? Spoon has you here. You're gonna double down on this bullshit. Okay, you're gonna double down. I understand your point. It's still a little retarded.
Yeah.
But Spoon is sorry, you're against Spoon. It's gonna be sort of retarded against really retarded.
Yeah, watch Broken Crown. He makes fun of everybody.
I mean, it's fine. I have no problems with Spoon.
And
I
actually,
give him
Arch
shit,
is.
okay.
I would like to see a full blown conversation between Spoon and Arch. He came on for a
God,
little bit.
Spoon is such a bad person when it comes to talking to bigger creators. I've seen him in a couple little chats.
He
He's
did
just
pretty
fucking
well,
bold sometimes.
but he isn't going to come on. Dev didn't want to come on when Spoon was there.
Oh, they're all bullshit, babe, sick bitches. Yeah, let's move on. I'm thinking of. Don't want to get too sidetracked.
There's been any meaningful criticism from Critical Drinkers' friends made publicly about his movie? I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
like-
true.
There wasn't.
Gary doesn't do that.
I mean, that is the best thing you can do. That's the best thing you can do is be like, I have a bias towards Critical Drinker. I'm going to say it's good no matter what. You shouldn't trust my judgment on that. He's my friend. That's what I would do. Be like, what is it called? Oh, fucking hell. I'll think of it while I play this.
Positively about it, which would be worse because obviously dog shit.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how
But
do I
yeah.
make money off depressed people?
These days,
Recuse yourself. Like judges, like what was the prosecution for the Jesse Smollett thing? She should have recused herself in that particular instance because she had a sort of relationship to it, if I remember it correctly.
So, do you take Vera Dark as an actual, confirmed critic?
I have not seen anything from most of these anti-woke people that I take anyone seriously. Arch has maybe his few moments here and there. Okay. I have some respect for Arch here and there.
Arch does keep the normal stance, so he doesn't get, too whatever. But he will
sometimes he goes a
little.
little bit too far into this sort of shit, like the memeing on the fucking Hassan stuff where Chud was like, why the fuck are you bringing it up? I feel how Chud is. It's low-hanging fruit. You have to bring up the fucking worst thing. There's plenty of things to fucking hate on Hassan for. His horrible reaction stance, his horrible calling everyone Nazis. There's so many things. Just him platforming a terrorist that one time. Yeah, fucked up. Making those sort of what was it? One Piece jokes with the motherfucker. Definitely worth criticizing, but poisoning the well with Ubisoft and other people because they don't know about it because they're dumbasses who. Yeah, I have some sympathy for dumbasses who don't do their research, but I still would give them shit myself personally. I just wouldn't harp on it over and over again like a lot of people do. Okay.
Hollywood competition movies are almost always shite.
But should all critics be Scorsese levels of movie makers? No, I'm not saying to be like, well, we can do it better us. I don't know, dude. It's like if you are criticizing someone else for not meeting a certain high standard, and then you release something that doesn't meet the high standard, I think that's worthy of some attention.
Money off depressed people.
I usually agree with you, but with a film background, I can't really be on your side. It says proof on concept in the if concept is a necessary thing in the film world. It shouldn't be a high standard thing the entire art.
Okay, we get it. We're not here for the critical drinker shithead. One guy.
I don't care. Movie that talks about a brief video that talks.
I mean, it's funny. I understand why Chud does it. It's funny side tangent. Okay, we get stuck on those, but it seems retarded.
I'll watch a portion of a video that talks about this thing because it goes over it and details the kind of like dishonesty that happened around its
But
release.
film
Now, with
snobs
that said,
are
once again-
fucking awful people too.
Oh yeah, all snobs are fucking
Like
awful.
film snobs. Film snobs are
somewhat
the
of a
worst.
mega
Like
snob.
that is a like I've done the whole thing of like when I review stuff like series with multi, then you get like the film critic. They go, well, but this film wasn't terrible. But then there are other stuff they'll have in this own flowery language. But this film was awful with the lighting and this and this. And I'm like, but then when it's like, but now I guess now I know how I feel as a gamer talking about how I judge a game. But I'm like, you cinephiles are so weird. Like cinephiles have their own language.
Oh, you're gonna have some words. We're probably gonna disagree. I'm just gonna do another basic bitch take before we move on to the main course of the night.
Sure.
When Twitter got monetized, I think that's when the flip.
Yes, grifters.
Very interesting bar.
You're basically
When
saying
I'm paid and all-
grifters.
All is not shit Critical Drinkers movie is that they need to fucking fire up an EFAP episode and go, let's talk about how fucking shit Critical
They're
Drinkers
not gonna
movie
do
is.
it.
Okay, I'm not saying
Recuse.
that. Okay.
Recuse.
That's
And
what
I don't-
Dane
I've
and
not
them
watched
do.
content about
That's
it,
what
so I know
Bob
wasn't
does.
said. So it could be they just didn't talk about it, which is fine. You don't have to talk.
But they are dipshits. Sometimes, as you said, I did a whole thing basically arguing against both Mahler point and fucking Bob's points. Dane isn't much better than Bob. He's not as dumb as
That's
Bob.
like Bob and them, they kind of work together. It's kind of like
It's like a circle jerk of stupidity. Okay, it brings
okay,
everything
Bob.
down.
Okay, Bob fell on the sword that Al Green was a hero for standing before Trump.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I try to stay out of politics.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's stupid if it came from Bob or anyone else. It brings up Eric July also. I saw
Look,
Eric July weigh in on
I'm
the
gonna
frickin'
say. I'm
Shadows
gonna
shit.
say this. I'm actually gonna say this. A lot of these people that I tuned out, they go like, "Oh, you support Eric July." Like, I'll watch Eric July, but honestly, it just depends on the content. I hate some of the stuff he puts out now. Like, but people think, like, you watch Drinker, you like these people. I'm like, I hate react. You've dealt with me a while. I hate reactionary, and I hate grifters. If you're a reactionary content, that's the quickest way to lose me.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they have moments where it can be funny or shit like that, but
It's overall
I'm just-
trash. And I'm like, did you hear what Drinker did today? Did you hear what Eric July did today? Did you hear this? I'm like,
no, I want to.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's bad enough that I follow this shit about Grummz and Gamergate 2 stuff.
Yes,
I want to
you have-
get the fuck
That's
out.
my point. Like, they go, did you see this today? Did you see this? I'm like, so do you make your own content, or you just take the story and make your own thing? No.
Yeah, I don't even fucking know.
So I go to my own
Why-
bubble. I go watch the source if I want to find something. Like when I'm bored, I will go watch Hypnotic. But actually, I
Oh,
find them
God.
mildly entertaining sometimes.
Okay. I'm not going to judge you for it. Actually, I'll judge you a little, but that's fine. That's fine.
His orbiters are the
Roll it
worst.
and have a go at it
Oh, I'm sure.
and talk about whatever. Grummz has attached his ego and his reputation to the game failing, and it hasn't failed.
I think
It's
he's right
actually
here.
been a pretty good
Yes.
success for Ubisoft.
And
And he's still
they're hyping
desperately
it
trying
up
to
a
prove
little
that he
bit.
was right to say it was.
Chud, I think, is falling for the hype. Okay. It's better than people would expect. But
Going to be a failure.
it's a mild success, I guess.
Okay.
Not a failure.
But unfortunately, for some retarded reason, he decided to attach his ego to something which was totally outside of his control. And now he's got egg on his face because it's the second most successful launch, I believe, after Valhalla. So it hasn't rather than go, hey, my prediction was wrong.
Yeah.
He's had to. Oh, the now. Grummz was saying that Assassin's Creed was going to be some sort of failure because it's woke, and it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, they definitely moved the goalpost.
Now,
They
let
moved
me
the
say,
goalpost on
I
that 10
even
cent
said it was probably going to sell about 1 million copies, and then a bunch of people were going to play it on Game Pass because no one's going to pay a premium for a movie game. Sorry.
Movie game. Is it that bad? Is it that many cutscenes?
Yes, in the beginning, yes. Like, even when Arch played it with Ninoy, it's like you're locked into cutscenes, and it's not as bad as like Dad of War, but it is up there
Not
where
great.
there's a lot of cutscenes.
Okay. It happens. It happens.
Why do you think
Things happen.
Yes.
Get the move. Oh, fucking hell.
It's not as much of a fucking fate. It's not a failure like they painted it to be. And now they look kind of stupid. And rather than just accept that, they're desperately trying to find any fucking excuse.
Yeah.
So it's like,
It's
what does it
pathetic.
matter? Why are you so bothered about whether or not like the only
And
people
on
that
top of the
care
game.
about whether or not a game does well,
Ember.
right, are the people that fucking
He's a
make it
lol.
because they're the ones that actually benefit from it in the end. You should not be attacked.
When you're on the internet, it's fair game. We always talk about how hard people wouldn't survive in the 2000s of online. Like fucking hey, dude.
Assassin's Creed game. I'm not. I don't give two fucks. Assassin's Creed could have been a total failure, flop, bullshit. No one bought it. No one played it. And it would make zero difference to my life because I'm not attached my ego to whether or not a game does well. It literally doesn't fuck.
Yeah, injective reality. You just accept it. You try to find your cope, and you're gonna fucking fail.
Game. I don't fucking care. I'm never going to play it. I don't want to play as a fucking Black Samurai. It sounds like woke slop, okay? The point is that Grummz, he's the person that has attached his ego to this.
Yep.
And now he's got egg on his face.
Still, people wouldn't survive on the internet. Like in 10 years ago, people were like, you wouldn't have survived on X in 2025, right? Like people are going to say that shit, you know? So, yeah, but like you get hit in the
You
mouth,
wouldn't have
take it like a big
survived
boy.
on X. Well, okay, we do have a thing in this space. We said if you hate internet discourse now, you would have liked the YouTube commentary community of 08 to 16 or 14. Or you wouldn't have liked an Xbox gaming chat. Like, come on.
You know who's end up being a really funny person? Will of the Fans, Ryan's little co-host.
Yes, he is.
Okay, let me not dwell on that. I just brought up my Twitter and I shouldn't have because I'm a dumbass. Okay, he pops up.
Pants and you move on,
Yes.
right? And I think that's the best thing that he can do. Arch, what are your thoughts on all this?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And that's kind of just the thing with the internet. You can survive pretty much anything so long as you just keep trucking. Pretty much literally anything.
Normal.
Yeah, fucking. Nah, Hassan. Bosch is still around. He went Ultra Turtle. Fucking Destiny's still making waves. He's gone to the intellectual dark web with Peter Boghossian. Peter Boghossian? One of the guys who did the grievance studies. Okay, I've seen some clips of that. I'm like, oh, God, don't attach yourself to that. Let me not. I'm trying to stay away from Destiny because that's some vile shit. He pulled off, and he is a moral motherfucker. You can't trust the motherfucker. So many different ways.
People got mad. No, they didn't. Normal people did not get mad. You're fucking coping if you're going to act like it's not terminally online pedantic autists that got mad about the Black Samurai, okay? A normal person's reaction to the Black Samurai is, oh, that's kind of cool, right?
Or that's kind of fucking lame, okay? You can have either way. You can think it's dumb. You think it's cool. Obsessing about it, being like, it's disrespectful to the Japanese. Fuck off, okay? Really, fuck off.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, let the Japanese. They're fucking hyping it up. Okay, a lot of that's manufactured. You can't tell. A lot of the outrage is
manufactured, but it's also the Japanese are protective of their.
The Japanese are gonna have a certain. Yeah, the Japanese present it with that, like the sort of thing with the prime minister. He didn't know the details of it. He's just like, oh, if there's a game that does that, that just sounds pretty bad. We should look into it. They're more conservative, okay? I can understand why when presented with this. and Ubisoft sort of patched it. I think Chud brings it up.
Other than that, it's fucking autistic terminal line retards that are super bothered about the Black Samurai thing. I think it's dumb and I didn't like it. And I was like, oh, stupid, right? But some people got so fucking invested in it. It's deranged. There's this insane derangement that's happened over this game. Normies don't give a fuck, dude. Normies are like, yummy, yummy. My latest Ubisoft Assassin's Creed slop. Let me eat it up. They fucking love the Ubi slop, okay?
Yep.
And Darkside Phil is still around.
Yes, it's been well established that Darkside Phil will outlast everybody for sure. We know that.
Phil is a cockroach.
And a lot of that keep trucking though comes down to not having any sacred.
You had something to say? I missed it.
Darkside Phil will outsurvive everybody because he's a cockroach.
The heat death of the universe. Okay, probably.
I'm not kidding. That man is a proverbial cockroach. I thought people knew this by now. That man is one of the original lolcows. And
OGO lolcow. Too much of a lolcow even for Keemstar's lolcow podcast.
He is.
Yep. Based in a really
and he
weird
could like literally, and people still watch him, and he inspires like a bunch of people.
Yeah, to either be like him or not be like him. Like I can be a total loser and still have some value like him, or at least I'm not that loser. Lolcow's inspiration to some people.
Cows. And Elon and Grummz both have very large and very public sacred cows, which they do need to disassociate from, I think.
I agree.
Yep.
Look, I know the anti-Grummz sentiment that out there is certainly growing.
Bro, the discourse over this got so deranged that people were like moaning about the desecration of like sites in Japan. Dude, it was like
he talks about it.
You think a normie gives a fuck about that? They just want to fucking play as the cool Black Samurai slicing people up. You know?
Okay.
Like
the
activist looking for
pause it. So the activist immediately went after the Black Samurai angle. Then they made a whole bunch of shit to justify it. Ubisoft art team saw, there's a broken Tory gate. The only broken Tory gate and imagery is from the atomic blast at Nagasaki. That was in the art book and when the original, and they're going to show people climbing it. Now, culturally, that is what got them in trouble. Then they also had in the game as well, when people started looking at the art style of the houses or some designs in the buildings, they look like Chinese buildings at the time.
Well, I looked at, I think some of the people with the concept art used AI or references.
They use references, and then, of course, you
or AI. I'm pretty sure some of those people got lazy and used AI instead.
And then
it's not proven, just a theory.
No, but it's a theory. But normies did start caring because it's an Assassin's Creed in Japan where most of the other games you had a representative of the period or the area, right? Loosely historically based. You could have used any of the legendary samurai in the Shingaku period around that time, but you chose Yasuke.
I don't think normies care about that, Diamond. Okay, you're right. Certain gamers, a lot of probably Assassin's Creed fans. But
here's the thing: the Japanese, some of the Japanese people, because they're also dealing with a tourist pollution, which is the giant Somalis and those.
But there's a lot of dipshits online LARPing as fucking Japanese people, sort of poisoning the well for that. Also, I don't know who's the real Japanese people. Who's the fucking
the only
fakers.
criticism? Now, one of the few criticisms I see in the game, I've seen it.
There's plenty.
Is the fact that Lady Oba, right? She is historically and by bloodline the mother of at least 18 notable emperors and empresses to this day. Over. Some people call that like a sacred cow. That's like criticizing George Washington in our country.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
Some traditional people. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a criticism that anyone not into Japanese culture could actually pull out.
Well, but that's the thing. A lot of people don't. And
yeah,
there
normies. Okay. We're talking about normies for the most part.
Well, yeah,
Just talking
normies
about
aren't
normies.
going to see. Now, the biggest thing a lot of times I've said with the game is just the concept design. Like, why does Oba's armor look basic bitch compared to Yasuke's or the other generals? Warlords and generals during that era, their armor was flashy, gold, or showed off. Oba's armor should have looked better.
Well, as just a defense time coming up, Yasuke's armor would have had to been custom built. Okay, that probably definitely, and
yeah, like even when
there's a
he's
lot of defenses for it. I don't know what's good. I haven't actually played the game, and I haven't really gotten. I just washed my hands of it. So let's move on with that in particular. I understand why normies are fucking saying the critics are racist and stuff, and it's a few bad actors just totally hyping up, like John Delarose and other dipshits coming into the
Yeah,
arena.
it's like John
And-
F. Trent when they try to come in and claim Kingdom Come Deliverance is like the Christian game. It is a right game, right-leaning game. It respects traditional values.
I think it's more centrist and try to be based in reality. Okay. I consider the more centrist perspective is people who follow reality as closely as we can follow. The left will go off on some crazy, like, oh, they were racist back then. They were all racist and blah, blah, blah. The right will be like they were base. Racism is biologically encroached. I think it's just the center of people be like, just if you're going to have this sort of fucking mental gymnastics on it, at least make it believable. And I think both sides just push it too far.
There's actually a part in the game, I'm not to it yet, but I know it's there. When I think I get to the next part of the game, which is Gutenberg, there's the whole Jewish subplot where the first time you meet like a Jewish person, they call you Goy, and then they pull the master race card.
Oh,
And you think I'm joking? It's in the game, and they're like, there's one you walk up on a camp, and the daughter's like, "How dare you disrespect us? You're just Goy." You're like, oh. So one of the other streamers I watched,
this is Kingdom Comes Deliverance 2, correct?
Yes, and it's a Jewish person. One of the first people you meet, this is before you get into the actual Jewish storyline, they pull the master race card. They go, yeah, we're fleeing from people, but yeah, you're lesser than us, and you're Goy, and we're the master racer Ubermitch. Ooh,
that is weird. That is weird.
It's in the game.
Historically accurate it is. I don't know. I'm not a big history buff.
Here's the thing. That's in the game. I'm not there yet, but it's there. And you're like, oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go. Okay.
Set about in the game. That is the level it got to.
I think it all kind of depends on the perspective that you see from it. Like I said, I do think that he brings good things overall. Is it all great? No. But for me,
yes, I know there was something to do with Japanese parliament, but no, it was gamers originally that were fucking pointing this out. And what fucking planet are we on? What happened to free speech, motherfuckers? A fucking state, bro. What a deranged fucking response as well.
Thing is incredibly overblown. He's almost a side character.
Thank you for the super chat. Oh, what? A state didn't like something that's in a video game, and you're supporting that? You think that's good? What are you on about, dude? I thought you were against censorship, you fucking cretins. And now
yeah, I have this view.
I hate this argument, though. Okay. I know. Oh, see, okay. Is Chud a leftist or a centrist?
Yes. He's on the
Chud
left side of things.
to my knowledge,
he is a base leftist, okay?
He's a classical liberal, yes?
He close enough, okay? He got disillusioned with the left. He used to be more lefty, a Mimi type lefty guy, and he just got sort of pissed off at the left.
And when he talked to Arch, he did show like he's that probably centrist left-leaning person
center left, okay.
And he does the one where, okay, I have seen this how many times because Eric debunks and them. They go, I thought you were conservative and you believe in free speech. I believe in freedom of speech, and I will let you say what you want. I will let even the Black Panthers or KKK march in the streets as long as you're not causing violence. Right?
Yeah.
As long as you're not causing violence or you're not breaking rules.
Yeah.
But be aware, if we want to have an open forum and a discussion, do not censor whatever. But if you are going out of your way, I have seen left-leaning people go out of their way who take advantage of this. And they make up lies. Lies go around the world faster than truths.
Yes, they throw you into a certain camp that you don't necessarily fit into. And maybe Chud's doing this here, okay? But in this particular case, Craig is taking the stance with a fucking normal guy. A normal gamer wouldn't like all this shit. Yeah, he's placing the right...
Oh, yeah, but a normal gamer is going to look
right-wing
at Grummz and go, you haven't put your video game out?
Or they'll sweep for his ass because they like his political... Well, those aren't normal gamers, though. You're right.
No, normal gamers will
People
go...
are supported.
People who are normal gamers like me is, oh, there's like a magic set coming out. And if Wizard said, oh, take your money, but that set will be out in 3 months or 6 months. What? You said the release date was today. That won't
No,
fly
that's a
with us.
pre-release crap. Let's not get into Magic.
No, but you know what I'm talking about,
Black
right?
belt on that company.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
fuck her.
If we don't
They
get
do
a
that,
product,
do that.
we will. Like, this is why I don't pre-order games until like the day of.
No, I've learned that a while ago. I learned that with what the fuck, Twilight Princess. I pre-ordered it for GameCube, and I was like, it didn't come out until Wii. I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm not pre-ordering anything. That was a long time ago when I was like fucking young. So I've been down on all this crap for a while now. I'm bitter.
Now you're supporting it because it's the right. What a
Yeah,
deranged
I understand
response.
what you're saying.
I thought you were for free speech. I thought you were against censorship, and now you're celebrating a game getting censored.
They're not. They're not. Okay. They are for the other side being censored. Okay.
We were
I'm
all
against censorship. I can understand censorship within context.
I'm like
next
fine. If you're going to be a dishonest prick, you should be censored. Airbag was a horrible human being, but at some point, Airbag could speak.
Yeah. Okay. He had his opinions. I didn't agree with the sort of endorsement of the hammer meme. I realized his thought process on it is just comical violence, not real violence. Wow. I think he might have trended a little bit too close to that for my personal taste. But yeah, this is why you saw with the damage. They like to throw that in. Like the denims thing was a total joke against Grummz. Okay. She set it up as a joke. She's a fucking dumbass bitch and you can't trust her. So it could have been, yeah, this is a joke, wink, wink. So I can understand why people are like down on that shit. But at the end of the day, I agree with Chud. I don't agree. Like, obviously, you're not against censorship, guys. Okay. You don't take the stance, you're not against censorship. Blabs. This is probably why she brought up that other question before.
It's kind of like, I don't like half the stuff Mighty Keith says, but he's allowed to speak.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit of a dumbass. Same thing with that.
It's like fighting cowboy, even during his rant. I agree. There are.
But I understand. I understand him in that moment. He does not milk it like Mighty Keith and Ackman occasionally does. They play into it. Fighting Cowboy, I think he just got to a certain point with all this discourse in the comment section that he sort of like just reached out. You don't see him doing a lot of talking of the culture war. He's a normie, though.
No, he's like Hypnotic used to be. Hypnotic used to just cover games, and then he's slowly finding it.
Sure. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
you're calling it deceitful and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
the The developer willingly chose to take out the pussy gusset coverage or put in more pussy gusset coverage. This is an outrage. This is censorship. A fucking state power says, we don't like this in the game. Take it out. And it gets taken out and you're celebrating that. Literal, feckless, fucking principleless reading, bro. It is fucking deranged. It's totally.
I think he harps on it way too long here, though. Okay. That's part of his appeal, though. Okay. Part of his appeal. I can't get that emotional crap.
I do feel that he should 100% address that and take a step back from X and focus on that, right? 100%.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
But I do think it's okay to be critical of that, in the interest of being fair. We're laughing at this the same way we'd be laughing at Mercante getting ratioed, right? It's the same fucking thing.
It's silly. It's funny.
It's silly.
Mercante's
Both
a
their
horrible
egos are going to
human
get in the way.
being.
And
Everyone's a horrible human being online. Okay?
Mercante's horrible.
Horrible in an interesting way, yes. Okay.
Literally, she's her own meme. Like her when she was talking with David Jeffy.
Yeah, I don't know. She switches between Baden and not, okay.
And then she has the lawsuit against Smash JT. Then she just got Toasty's channel demonetized.
Oh, Toasty. I think that all the women are insane. They shouldn't be allowed to have YouTube channels.
I don't know.
I'm not for censorship.
No. She basically mass reported Toasty's channel. Then people who did, and Toasty's channel got demonetized.
Okay. I just another one of these fucking little orbiters trying to rise up. Lissa's a dumbass for not realizing she's just giving them victim clout, by doing all the shit she does. She should just ignore this shit. I don't know if she's playing into it for some fucking reason, or she legitimately is just can't control.
Okay, and this might affect what you see with Grummz as well. Like, Alyssa will say, I just want to be a legit journalist.
Yeah, but he has financial ties to this. And clearly, he's making money off of this. Mercante, I don't think she's making any money. I think she's just genuinely the way she is.
So she went and talked to the people with AC Shadows when she was a journalist. But there's also this thing of, I heard it said by another YouTuber, I forget which one, but they pointed it out, and it's actually just very valid, that they'll say that they don't need the attention or the negative attention or thrive on the conflict, but they thrive. But it's weird how they need an enemy to thrive. And whether it be Grummz or Alyssa Mercante, they both do it. You need someone to fight against because they're not peaceful people.
Well, yeah, it's both sides of this equation, okay? They feed off of each other, okay? It's like a yin and yang going circle
when you
of
cover,
life.
think about that when you have covered JDA. JDA is always beefing with somebody.
Yeah.
Like if JDA is not beefing with someone on a conservative for some reason, he'll go butt heads with EBS for some reason. And I'm like, dude.
Yeah, sometimes I'm an asshole. Sometimes I go off the rail on people. That's mainly for funny. I could sit down and talk to them at the end of the day and not have any hard feelings.
But you're getting what I'm saying on this. These people like Grummz,
they have an image.
Go to war.
They have to
they do that.
Go after these people.
They
I
always
don't.
go after somebody. Alyssa Mercante, any leftoids who hate the space, like hate Grummz. Oh, you just want to pursue Grummz. What has Grummz done? Grummz barely farts. And it causes like them to fire off about 10 tweets.
Yeah. He's a fucking leech from what I've seen. Okay. I have nothing personal against the guy, but he's definitely a plague on the industry if he got any sort of thing. And he's bad faith. He's bad for discourse. Aside from the sort of money he's taken from gaming. I sort of turned on Grummz when I saw his bad faith tweet. I'm like, that is not going to help things. That's just the extremist view. And yeah, he's just gone farther down that path. I have a fundamental principle issue against how he's doing it. He's basically doing to the culture war on the right. A lot of people are, not just Grummz. A lot of people in the right cultural space are pushing people in the center and on the right in that direction of echo chamber mentality. Not everyone's following along with it, but they're sort of
What is your
becoming like the
view?
left to fight.
What is your
the left.
view of Master of TDS?
He's bitch made. Okay, sorry. I sometimes I agree with him, but he sort of had that whole sort of saga. I forget what it was, where he placed someone's name and someone requested them to take down a certain name, and they made a whole big deal.
Yeah,
they were trying to get the victim clout off of that. They're just copying people. I understand they're trying to do what they think will get them success. And sometimes their principles, it seems like, lets them not do it. It's just a little bit too eager, a little bit too basic bitch. I think they have a good heart from what I've seen. But I could be wrong. I've seen them do too many things. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you going there? But that's at the end of the day.
and that's why I ask you. What
They
about
won't
Pirate?
let them-
What about Pirate Nation?
Yeah, I think it's just audience capture. I think a lot of these people just get audience capture and try to build a following. They want to make money off this shit. Okay,
And we talked about McDizzle earlier. Why doesn't someone talk to them? Because a lot of people think McDizzle's bad faith.
well, Atreus talked to him. Okay, that turned out okay. They agreed to disagree.
Atreus is a little bit different than your normal people.
Atreus, I'm not a big fan of Atreus, but I've his issues with some shit. But I don't follow him too much. He just has some dumb takes and some good takes. He's probably one of the better ones, I will say, out of them. Like when I was looking through the defenders of fucking. We'll get into that. Okay. Let's finish this section up.
Them apologize or say I took the and take that L. So it is what it is. So, any closing thoughts on that? Pet says Craig, just take the L. Okay. I mean, I'll take.
Oh, they're lying. Well, no, my understanding of it was that there was some gamers complaining about the desecration of shrines. The Japanese government said that they were concerned about.
Yeah,
And they talked about basically at worst the Japanese could block the game in Japan, which it can be done because I think the next Silent Hill game is being considered too violent, and Australia is threatening to block it.
Oh, Australia wants to block everything. Fuck Australia at the end of the day. Australia can go fuck itself and its neighbor. Leave Japan out of it, bitches. Okay, so that's enough of the Chud content. Okay, I thought it'd be interesting to take a look at that particular thing. Which path do I want to take? Multiple choice. Do you want to go with the side tangent? Yeah, let's go with the side tangent.
It's yours.
It'll be interesting at the end of the day. Side content. Remember how Dev was with Ace? I meant that Ace guy was with Dev.
Yeah, but I know a little bit of the side history with him.
Okay. Here is
Brings us to an organization.
Here is a very interesting channel that I came across. Okay. Very
I heard about this
interesting.
one.
Oh, this guy.
Yes.
Look at this. Okay, I noticed this. Okay, Ackman. You're not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of the Ackman. I think he's better off. He's better than a lot of these anti-woke people, but he still has a lot of fucking issues. Still memes too much. Doesn't take things anywhat seriously. But look at this. This dude did Ackman's up to his old bullshit again. He takes one tweet and spins it into a 40-minute video and does it with your favorite Ackman and the mighty Queef. Doesn't even go with the Queef line for that. He does the same thing. He takes like a few little tweets and spends out over 40 minutes. What do you think of that? Okay. I think it's just psychotic.
He does a little bit. No, I listened to his one on the other one because I got made aware of him because of the Fighting Cowboy video. Because he is
Fighting
sometimes
Cowboy one also.
Because he was in, he hangs in Hypnotics chats. And
he does? Oh, okay, figures.
Yes.
Definitely
and-
another clout chase.
No, but his
another one of
stuff-
the clout
No,
chasers
him
out there.
on him in like the one, he gives stuff like the hour for the and I saw recent Actman's recent video and I tried to suffer through it like half. It's like AI is ruining video games. And I'm like,
okay.
Ugh.
Possibly. It's a little bit of a lowbrow take, I think. A little bit too alarmist, but it's his typical bullshit thing. You never take him too seriously. Oh God, Ackman's so much problem. But still, for him to spin this shit out for like just a few tweets, it's like hyper focusing on a few tweets to
I'm gonna be
shit out
honest.
content.
I'm gonna be honest. I had to do a health check on Actman because Actman didn't put out a video for almost 4 weeks.
Yeah. Who the
He
fuck
hadn't
knows
even
about
done
that,
a
man?
live stream.
Well, maybe he got sick. Like he brings up so many other things. Like, do you assume the Ackman knows about all this shit? Okay,
I have
Ackman is
said
a fucking
I said this the other day.
edgy normie.
I think Actman now sticks his finger up in the wind. He puts it. He like blows out his finger, sticks it up in the wind to see which way the wind blows.
No, I think he legitimately doesn't have a problem with some of the wokeness. His concept of wokeness is just in video games. Okay. My idea of wokeness is politically. I have a more political stance. I don't find some of the shit in video games as egregious as as some of these new culture warriors. Like this guy. How long has he been doing this sort of content?
2 months or so. Then he's caught
A year. Like a year. He started a year ago. All these new gen anti-woke people, they're just jumping on the bandwagon. This guy got my interest with him actually coming out against Andy bans. Okay, fine enough.
Yeah.
You want to shit on Dragon Age Vanguard? I'm not going to defend it. I find it cringe. I'm not going to look into it. I'm not going to say one thing one way about it. I find some of the fucking shit that people do. This is the one I found hilarious. Okay. And they talk like they're experts, like they've been doing this for a while. And I'm like, you have such a basic bitch understanding of this shit. I mean, I remember politically when Trump was trying, when not this service, his last term, towards the end when he was trying to get DEI programs out of government programs, okay, and people were pitching a bitch shit about that. Do you remember that back before his term was over? People were trying to find the solution. It was the end of his first term, okay? He was trying to get rid of DEI and government programs. It was like
and
a
then
year.
he did it, and then it took like a couple of years, but all these companies started getting rid of it.
Yeah, it started to move the ball on that. Libertarians had an alternative program to these anti-racist programs. And then you have a whole bunch of these dipshits come along who have like no fucking thing. Here's one he did in response. So V did a video called Sweeping for Grummz.
Yes.
I'm not going to go into the details. He basically be like, who the fuck cares if Grummz does bad things? I think he's good for the movement. And the Spoon pretty much did a video where he didn't bring up Ember, but he pretty much like Grummz bad dipshit. So I didn't even really bring up Ember. So one of this. So they didn't bring up Ember or any of his other bullshit. Has none of you, double deletion, all heard of Grummz game Project Ember? It is being called a scam for good reason. I think that's sort of a bigger problem for those who back Grummz. Art is subjective, sales is not. Not admitted, Grummz has taken over 50K and I'm created I should have said a proper vertical slice demo that he promised within 6 months of his original back-end, but details. for a game he started working on 8 years ago. Looks like y'all don't care about gamers at all. Just saying a time bomb that's only going to hurt you in the long run, especially if he never puts out a game, which it seems to be the case. Cricket. This guy, I don't know if he's political. I think there's a lot of people who were radicalized during the fucking
He's kind of like the normie gamer that just became aware of this. So in the standing for business, he goes into a little bit of the nuance of the stuff. But it's also during that whole fighting Cowboys response, he's pretty, like, brutal on him. Like, the problem is there's a lot of liars.
And we came around to the McDizzle thing. Like this thing here. Okay. Smash pinned. That was a great video covering the situation. I really appreciate your insight. Thank you for this. Basic clout chasing. Hey, Bats, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. This is nothing. Don't mention it. It's a realistic risk of the space you're in. Yeah, as I said, I criticized fucking McDizzle when I did the stream on it. Yeah, there's some ethical problems with what he's doing. I just don't see how he could have done what he wanted to do without taking the steps he did. I just don't see how that's done. Love seeing newbies jumping in on something immediately to set the narrative and talk out of their asshole out. Look up Grievance Studies Affair, something that completely exposed what is known as woke nowadays. Why Smash JT was still shilling for a television amigo, or maybe before that even happened. You're not going to get anything from these people. Okay, they're not going to acknowledge reality and the stupidity.
And IGN also shit on Black Myth Wukong, even though it was a massive success. Hello. Grummz? Oh.
Yeah, pretty bad. A scrummy guy at the end of the day. Okay. This is not good. These tourists are coming in and just completely poisoning the well, getting rid of any sort of good. Yeah, maybe
they're
they'll
just
they're going to ruin it. They're probably just going to pivot. Okay, the smart ones are probably going to pivot.
No, the ones, look, old YouTubers get replaced at some point. And they always come back.
So hard to really fucking tell. I wanted to go over this real quick because I thought this was a really weird point here at the end of the day.
Which brings us to an old.
I don't know if he's seriously one of the people radicalized, because I covered the sort of Norway versus what's his name, Remnant, who definitely seemed like he was radicalized into believing all this extreme synthetic man crap at the end of the day, which is not good. If you want people to take you seriously, you don't want to listen to synthetic man and simp for him. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to go from here. It's not particularly that hard.
Now, from what I gather, is he's part of the second wave, like Atreus is in the others, which Atreus.
I think it's more third wave. The kind of feminism,
because there's like hypnotic. They're not as bad or clickbaity, like. Gold Classic Cage, you saw some of her stuff. It's like the others. But, like, it's just a wave of new YouTubers that come through.
Yeah.
I mean, bear in mind, it's like they're all
just jumping on a fucking trend, okay? And there is criticism for wokeness out there. But these people are just so brain dead and just riding this wave. It's going to just kill it. Everything gets watered down at the end of the day. And there's some funny stuff in here also within my list. I might finish up on. What the hell? Share this tab, man. Okay, share the tab like Latin parfait. It's someone I encountered in the past. Here's the upper echelon video. This is a response to it. Of course, some Noah Samson stuff, which I included in the beginning. That's some dumbass stuff. Yeah. And look, Demi's Blows still believes in this bullshit. This has been debunked. Do you know this?
What?
The USA funded Gamergate? That's bullshit. Asmongold repeated it. A lot of people repeat it. It's bullshit.
There was a memo passed around the government that said gamers were a threat or could be a threat.
Yes, but it had nothing to do with the USA.
It had nothing to do with the USA.
Okay,
they were identified as a hate group potential by
by the LDAF. Okay.
But also by the FBI and internal documents as
yes,
well.
There's plenty of internal stuff that the government has this sort of Gamergate mentality, but it has nothing to do with this crap.
But it never. But the US AID stuff was about they were promoting social agendas worldwide. Why would you be trying to promote?
Yes, but this came from the misinformation about what the fuck? Politico getting paid. They got paid for their prescriptions. Yes, there's a lot of bullshit out there in the government where but it has nothing to do with this. You have to be intellectually honest if you want to deal with this. You got to call out, yeah, this is bullshit. And people just hopped on it and just want to double down, triple down on this scope. Something Grummz is famous for. And you get idiots to go off of bad information.
No, Karskin. The thing about yes, but the U.S. aid story. I was going to talk about it on my channel, but I couldn't find a lot of concrete stuff. You could find
yeah, that was
parts.
Bullshit. The FBI researching Gamergate and actually clearing.
Oh yeah,
Gamergate
no, it was under
anything.
Biden's administration. They deemed him a hate
and
group.
they keep on pushing that. There's plenty of other angles you can take to say that there is the Democrats are really trying to push the Gamergate angle, even though it's a little fucking bullshit. And leftists are still doing it. In order to combat leftists, I have to be intellectually honest. Accept the facts. Yes, this is bullshit, but that isn't the sort of stuff you're talking about. The FBI isn't bullshit.
No, and there was whole things of when they were identifying it, but the U.S. aid stuff about wasteful spending. There were stories of when our troops were going through Afghanistan or through these areas, they gave condoms and stuff to the Pakistanis or not Pakistanis, but to the Palestinians, and they were turning them into bombs and stuff. And we would find U.S. aid propaganda in really weird places. I remember those stories. And then when Trump became president this time, we started going over that. We started seeing, they started looking in. Because
why did they have to name the Dodge? Why did they have to do the meme? No one can take that seriously.
Okay, Doge was originally Department Government, whatever, was originally the one Obama gave them a long time ago. Government accountability. It goes all the way.
Maybe I got fake moves.
So
I'm fine for going through and cutting the budget for some of that bullshit.
But then there's also the weird part where in the U.S. aid stuff, they were caught funding 7,200 paying for access to media and 700 journalists. They were caught funding money to 700 media sites and paying for access to journalists. Stuff
Okay,
like that.
let's not get too bogged down. I'm just saying the Gamergate Politico stuff is bullshit. There's a lot of shit in there that definitely should be cut. I'm not an expert. Okay, so
But let me say this though, isn't it funny though that a lot of government, like a lot of them game studios, like what if I told you the studios, Cyan Studios, that did Myst, had to finally lay off workers? I didn't even know they were still around.
I heard about that. I saw someone tweet about it. They shut down Sierra.
No, it was Cyan.
Is that how it's pronounced? I thought I would pronounce it
CYAN.
Sierra.
Cyan.
Okay, maybe
they
we're
were the
talking about
ones who
something
hold
different.
the Myst. Like, and I'm like, but there's a lot of weird journalist sites and a lot of weird game studios that were staying funded largely by it, but we can't prove it. They were funding these initiatives, but we know as soon as that money started drying up, or the game journalist stuff, all these layoffs started happening. But go on with this one.
Yeah, I always cite the Gawker versus Hulk Hogan thing. I did a review of the documentary a while ago. This is what Kotaku's turned into with leftism. Okay. Well, let's get into the main course. I got a little bit afterwards because Grummz went on Flashcast and did a whole fucking little debunking of this, which I find a little autistic and a little annoying. But let's get into this first, and we'll see about the rest of the stuff. Okay. I can agree the beginning of this is really annoying. The intro, 13 minutes, complete and utter crap. It goes on too long. He could have finished it up, but not used to YouTube videos, a podcaster. So the doxed, let me just bring up, this is the kind of person to scream he's being doxed, blah, blah, blah. This is not a dox in any meaningful sense you're about to talk about.
Yes.
I understand why he structured it this way. A few jokes along with normie information, those who don't know. Look, third time. This is not being doxed. This is not being canceled. No, this is not a dox. Want to scream it's a doxing. I find that funny. And the fact that he named, when we get into the other stuff, I'll be interested. A lot of this video is a lot of stuff that a lot of us more online is going to know. And there's a lot of things I think he harps on that is fairly stupid in here. Okay, he talks about the Stellar Blade stuff.
This is a law of hating. The only thing that stopped this from coming out earlier is no one has been motivated enough to pay a data aggregator $11, and there are multiple data aggregators that have this information just sitting out there in the open. The story here is that Grummz is a man who has aggressively pursued his personal interest. This is with Blizzard's backing, and he loves the name Crixer. Crixer is eventually cancelled by Blizzard. They do pull the funding, and Qualia shuts down. There's enough money to pay the payroll. Blizzard.
Okay, have you watched this yet, Timon?
Nope, neither me. But I don't know that far back. The Crixer, yeah. I do know when I know about the van.
Oh, he brings up the van. Also some other stuff that's new to me. Okay. Here, let's start from here. This is new information to me. This is sort of weird stuff here.
I'm just leaving that out there. Moving on. July 21st, 2001 is the earliest capture of FoxyFighters.com. On February 28th, 2002, Debbie wins second place in the...
Context for this is Mark Kern, he's even admitted into it, had this website where he did a Debbie Chan, where he did like cat fight and sort of pervy ass fan fiction stuff. This is where we're at now. A pornographer. This is why you'll see tweets about this shit.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering what that was about. He's like doing the other one.
Found out Grummz used to film fetish. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where he goes over this. It's not well constructed of a video, but
no, I was wondering where
Seeking Fem Fights story competition. So he is actively making this stuff. And on March 24th, 2003, we get RussianCatFights.com. This is another site owned by Mark. He confirms it on a Twitter post.
I have to make the joke about, Ari said he's the voice gaming needs now. That's really fucking bad for him.
I mean, to be fair, I mean,
I don't.
I'm going to be honest here.
RT representing you and saying you that's sus. That's sus. That's all I'll say.
But the funny part is, I think like Andrew Tate even realized he can make money going through the underworld. I think only because he started getting in trouble because he was too loud. That man was making hand over fist in chat rooms with those girls. Like, that is an industry that makes a lot of money. If you know how.
I use the example. I'm like, yeah. They brought up, oh yeah, he got into porn. I'm like, but the left is all for sex workers. Yes, for sex workers.
Oh, I
Not
saw
for
a
people who
post.
exploit.
I saw
not
a
for people
post
who
recently.
exploit sex
There
workers.
was a post that Yellow Flash made a post, and one person goes, "But Grummz was being an adult photographer," and then Yellow Flash responded. I go, "I thought sex work was empowering." No, then the guy, it was a leftist that had to backtrack on that. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, they didn't do the right framing. They were idiot leftists. The argument is he's like the retarded Rule 34 version of Andrew Tate. Okay, that's how people are viewing Grummz with this.
Yeah, but there's also
it's not as bad as Andrew Tate because there wasn't real people and not any sex trafficking with drums. What with allegedly Andrew Tate has sex trafficking on his record or being charged for it.
Oh, well, he was
whether or
doing
not
the
that's
Romeo
true or
and
not.
Juliet things.
Yes. Don't defend Andrew Tate. Okay.
I'm not.
I'm just using the Tate comparison as a hyperbolic
But
example.
the tweet that I saw, and then the guy couldn't respond to Yellow Flash. He tried because it was a leftist argument that had crumbled. It's like, but it is.
Yeah, because
it's you're right. It is empowering, but
this is why radical centrists. This is why radical centrists are the best. We go with what reality is based on reality. We have the best arguments.
They had to rechange their narrative because Yellow Flash. All they said, I thought you said sex work was empowering.
Yeah, it is for the women who choose to go into it, not women who are being exploited. That's how the left views it. I don't give a fuck either way. Okay, I don't even care about all this.
Then someone goes, "Isn't this kind of like double standards?"
Yeah, and that's a retarded argument from everyone making it. It really is. Okay. I don't give a damn about this in reality. Okay, this seems cringe and very it's other things that link into this. I think that's really a little
This
bit
is
more.
effectively the pinnacle of Mark's career. He's credited as team lead. He says he works on drafting the TOS in ULA and does
We all
license.
know this. We all know this.
Yeah.
He brought back classic WoW. None of this shit actually.
But
really
he
fucking
also
mattered
wasn't.
because of
But
he's
other
a money
people
man.
tried to say he had nothing to know about the breast milk that was taken from the lock.
Oh yeah.
I saw someone
They
try
had to do the meme.
They tried to say he knew about that. I'm like, no, very few people knew about that.
I think that's just a meme and they push it here. I don't even know why. If you're trying to be objective, it's funny.
People go, he is not the breast milk.
Actually, he actually denies the breast milk thing, but he's like, keep doing it. It's funny. Keep doing it because it's funny.
He recommends a Japanese breast milking series to another forum member and reveals
I
that he
dig
owns
here.
latinacatfights.com. Now, you might notice that this is forum admin with a Batman avatar. This was scrubbed about a day ago. But this is him. April 23rd, 2009, Red 5 lays off 30 people remote through a company called The Nine.
Okay, maybe I remember it differently. I remember him being like, yeah, we can't prove this, but keep making the meme. It's funny.
70mm lens from OC.
Here, as I find interesting. I find this interesting. And there are receipts to back it up.
Now, I bring this up because we match.
They're not the greatest receipts, just to let you know. Circumstantial evidence at best. The camera
data
point.
from some of the live action photos on Foxy Fighter to this exact camera and lens types that we know he owns. September 3rd, 2010.
And all of that circumstantial.
Red 5 announces Firefall at PAX. September 20th, 2011, he goes and advertises foxyfighter.com and free.
Fuck PAX. They sort of screwed over a lot of people. They went cucked.
Catfights.com on r/comics, which probably not the best place to do it, but doesn't even get a single piece of engagement. That's kind of sad. Come on, man, you're better posted than this. Even I can edit videos. So he's starting to move into the live action space at this point. And March 21st, 2011, model Megan Renee posts "I adore you, Mark" on his Model Mayhem profile. And that's his Model Mayhem profile. Exact
I don't know
match
why
to
he
a camera
includes
lens I know he owns. And
I don't know why some of the stuff's included. This thing is way too fucking bloated.
I'm kind of curious. Like, I mean, I guess you either had to find something that he had to register and it happened. I'm not saying that this didn't happen. I'm like, so he had a separate bag on the side that he was making money on?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're doing, I believe this people are doing it, being like, when allegedly he couldn't do any work on his game, he was still doing shit for this. I think that's why it's really brought up.
That might be it, because I'm not
I
saying
think that's why they're bringing up the sort of side hustle, is because Mark Kern continued the side hustle. Why?
I mean, I thought
Why
it was funny. I thought it was kind of funny. Mark Kern, best known at Blizzard, side adult photographer and cinematographer. I'm like, oh,
okay.
I'm like,
I'm not going to harp on it.
That's an interesting life.
I see the value in the sort of side hustle, because when he was working on his side hustle and failing, from what it seems like, rather badly, as Mark tends to do with all businesses, he wasn't working on the game. He failed at the game, but he was able to do his little side job that he was doing on the download under Debbie Chan. Yeah, it's a little fucking ethically fucked. Has nothing to do with the porn shit he's doing. What about this particular thing? I found this very interesting. Red 5 skips E3 to protest some sort of online crap and spend their E3 funds, $50K, to found League for Gamers instead. I'm wondering, the $50K that they got for that, it was supposed to go for promotions. Was this, how did Mark get this money? Why did he have this to do his sort of side activism? Okay, this was activist effort to sort of lobby for against. Fucking hell. What do you think about that? At least conceptually.
what is soap? I'm trying to look this up. Soap.
Yeah, I don't know it offhand. It's in his Wikipedia. Okay.
No, but like it looks.
Stop Online Piracy Act and Protect IP Act. In response to that, so in 2012, Kern initiated a lobbying group named League for Gamers. In 2015, he expressed support for
To English speakers, it's Stop Online Piracy Act, and this is old as 2012.
Yes.
I just don't remember the acronym. Like, I remember that, but I don't remember the acronym.
Yeah, I don't. I remember it being a big deal, and I don't know how it turned out. They have archived link. Okay.
I try looking up League for Gamers, and I can't really find it.
No, it's gone now. They have a certain claim about it in here. Let's get into the claim.
Mark is really big on hating Super, and he skips it and donates 50 grand, which was their E3 fund, to found the League for Gamers instead. League for Gamers is ostensibly a non-profit founded by Mark Kern. They style themselves as an advocacy group for video games, consumer-centric versus industry-focused. They represent the gamer. Red 5 paid this charity $50,000. He wired himself 50 grand from his slowly failing game studio, which I'm guessing is all that was left in the couch cushions at this point. Never logged the transaction with the state of California. This should be logged. It's not in the logs where we're checking. We can see.
Oh, I found it. I found the Twitter for it. League for Gamers, and it's one of the originals, founded in November of 2012.
Yeah.
And I did find it.
Okay. Yeah, it's sort of defunct now, though, from what I know.
And it's not an active Twitter account.
Mm.
And apparently, yeah, it goes to a dead website. Yeah.
Yeah, a weird sort of thing.
League
popped up for me.
for Gamers, an advocacy group for video games, consumer centric versus industry focused. We represent you, the gamer.
Yeah, some serious crap.
And
Like
I
here,
mean, yeah. So I wouldn't say it without the idea of how he's tracked the money, right? Can't really say.
yeah, I think it's very sus. It's definitely interesting. I think he's propping it up a little bit too much. Someone's like, "What happened to the 50,000 to start this?"
He just moved. Basically, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say his game studio, he moved one money from another side hustle to another. Like, that's what rich people do when they actually have money, right?
Yep.
They'll take one from another and move it to another
Laundry
business.
and shell
Basically-
companies, crap like that. It
Or
definitely
they choose
seems
it,
like a
and then
shell
they,
company.
and then they just write it off to a shell company or something.
Yeah, it seems like that sort of bullshit. What Kern is doing is that what Kern did? I don't know. I just know it's some shifting around of cash, which is it was supposed to be for E3. He had a good excuse to be like, "Oh yeah, I'm protesting this. Let me do this sort of activist movement." I can't remember the big deal about those stop piracy online stuff. I remember it being a big deal at the time, but I forget why. What the hell? You probably can't hear it.
What'd you do?
I was going through my tabs and something started playing.
You're boomerang it.
Okay. Okay. So,
I download the videos when I need to play them. That's what I do.
Yeah. I'm lazy. I'm a lazy. So we'll just continue. Sounds sus.
It does sound weird because if $50,000, that's not a small amount. You just move that to a new investment.
Hold on. Repeat that. You were talking over him.
I'm not hearing anything.
Oh shit. Yeah, I didn't switch the tab back. Okay. Go on.
So moving around 50,000 is not a small sum. That's not small.
Definitely not small. And I'm starting to have my little glitches here. Okay. We're on here playing this.
That's bad. Why was this allowed? Is this all above board tax-wise? I'm sure the California AG would love to know about this in the rest of your tax ledgers. June 6, 2012, Grummz offers his opinion on the Leica S2 and Nikon D3S. Mentions use.
Yeah, people are harping on that he doesn't know it's a tax dodge. Definitely seems like a tax dodge to me, but you can't say that conclusively.
Well, I look at it this way. I look at it this way. When you're uber rich or you're above a certain bracket, right? Like Warren Buffett is a prime example. He does not pay a lot of income taxes, but he pays a lot in investment taxes, right? It falls under a different section of a tax code. Now, if he was moving around money illegally, that's when the government or the SEC will step in. That's white collar crime.
Okay.
But
yeah, and this isn't even his money. Well, I guess that's white collar crime also.
But you're getting what I'm saying. Like, that's a different level, and that requires actual investigation. Like, if it's just, you come in, and he goes, well, I was just moving that $50,000 to a new business.
Yeah.
Whoops. On you.
And the business failed. Whoops. Tax write-off. But did it really?
That I just moved the
Kern
money
needs
to
a lot of
something else.
transparency for a lot of this stuff.
He should.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these side stuff that come out, but when I look at it like with nuance to a degree, I'm not saying he's in the clear. It's sus. Let's assume he's moving around money from one thing to another.
Yeah, where's the money going? Is he losing it in the stock market, or is it he's generally just a bad businessman and it gets sort of dries up? We don't know all the details in reality, okay? There's so much transparency, like with Kethfuls, with her, what was it, 100K that she fundraised it for her sort of thing?
Yeah.
And she lived off of it. That came out, what she spent the money on was bullshit. If he just put out, but maybe he can't. Like Sargon was working on a game before he got into the culture war, but when he was able to refund at least some of the money back to backers who asked him for it. When he's like, okay, I'm not doing this game anymore, I'm going to ship it back.
I think he talked about that recently. I heard about that recently on another Archcast or on the recent. He talked about that, but then it's like, then it was like he was never broke, because bear in mind, he was reinvesting money. How do you think he started Lotus Eaters? Lotus Eaters is more than just a YouTube channel. It's a full-blown business.
Yeah, but I think the money he was taking for his crowdfunding game, I think he made that right, at least in the public, even if he kept some of it on the down low, or backers was like, just keep it and do what you do. We respect what you do. That's different than Mark Kern. Okay, there's a lot of unhappy people that he can't give money back to, at least not directly. Giga Bear Panda is quite an interesting case. I would like to know the details there, but of course he won't give it. I don't know, sort of shit's going on there. But let's continue. The camera thing's interesting. He bought these cameras. This guy believes that Grummz, Mark Kern, bought these cameras for Red 5 that he didn't need for Red 5, like the Firefall bus, and used it for his side hustle. And that's ethically really dicey.
I don't call it an own. I go, oh, he raided a camera.
It's not a own. This is like point after point after point. It's establishing bad behavior point by point. 1 point alone would not be enough to really judge him. This is why I think they're harping on oh, you're bringing up the sex stuff. People should move past it. Like the sex stuff, that's more in there to get a laugh, since someone like Smash JT makes fun of sex workers. A lot of people in their community make fun of Allison Marcante for supposedly Alyssa. What the fuck ever? Why am I supposed to remember her name? But yes, at the end of the day, they make fun. It's a hypocritical sort of thing to hit them with, but it's really in for a different reason. And I'm seeing them sort of having this hyper autistic focus on, oh, you're fighting
using them for the last 2 years.
That's really not what should be focused on. But he sort of does. So you make your bed and lie in it. That's different than this.
This is, again, just here as an aside. He used these cameras and 100% owned them. They are a match for Foxy Fighters content in the unscrubbed metadata. July 4th, 2013. You remember the Firefall?
We know this.
Firefall finally enters open 15th, 2013. He finally released his next venture. He has made MEK Entertainment, Mark Edward Kern Entertainment. It is in Aliso Viejo, which is where everything that he does.
Do you know about this, Tiamon? The MEK Entertainment claims?
Not particular.
Okay.
Is based.
We're going to learn something new.
Company looking to leverage the blockchain, maybe 10 years too early for that hype, but I respect the forward-facing vision. MEKentertainment.com launches at this point. They are registered to MEK Entertainment Inc. However, looking at those business entries, it looks like he never actually registered it as a company called MEK Entertainment. The game.
So he has a shell company. He's moving around money through shell companies. What do you fucking bet?
Possibly getting money and transferring out. I
This
don't
looks
think
like
it
a
worked
shell.
out here for him.
Look, this looks like a shell company thing. Like, I'm not saying, and okay, so hypothetically, is it an own? Here's my logic. Oh no!
Wait until the end. Wait for the end before you comment on this. Okay.
And the seed funding never really materializes. He gets ousted from MEK Entertainment, and they go on to make a game called Voxelnauts, but Mark never really does anything with his money, and we'll get to some allegations about that money later on. June 17th, 2015, Grummz announces that he's joining Gamergate. You know, having
Hold on.
mad. He's always mad. He's mad and he's horny. July 7th, 2015, DB Chan LLC is registered. Mark Kern's mother is the registered CEO. And imagine having your mother being the CEO of your porn company.
That's hilarious. I've seen some clips from the stream he did on Flashcast. Supposedly his mom was Playboy Play Bunny, and he hypes it up in that stream.
That's a little cringe, but details.
It's super cringe. Okay.
Come on, man.
So the Voxel.
Oh, that's where that post came from with the Playboy Bunny. Oh, God. I saw that floating through my timeline.
Yeah.
Have some pride. August 8th, 2015, MEK Entertainment changes to Retro Ronin Inc., which is a site about Voxelnauts. No Mark. Mark is no longer working for Retro Ronin. And on September 14th, 2015, Crixa Labs LLC is registered. This is the same address as DB Chan LLC. Interesting. My question here is why? It seems legally sketchy to register two LLCs under your 80-year-old mom's name. My working theory is that this is a tax shelter, and it allows him to report that he earns zero or less than the personal income required to be taxable by law, and then he can report any additional earnings to his LLCs. He can then write taxes down by saying his revenue did not exceed his annual expenses. He can say his business spent more than they earned, not pay a dime on the money.
Does this sound like what you were thinking it was?
A little bit of shell moving game. Not a shell company, but it's like in a business, right? Like you can hide your earnings. I mean, this is definitely like sus as shit.
Yeah.
Like
that's an understatement.
Like it looks like the way, like in my state, right? I would never pay county taxes on my business unless I was making in where I live, like my business, like I don't pay county taxes unless I'd make like almost $800 or something obscene a month.
Okay.
Right.
So you keep it under a certain amount and you can move it
And if
around.
you keep it under a certain amount, no one's going to know. And
yeah, I'm correct. MLK originally got seed money like $1 million, but maybe that's incorrect now for some sort of weird VR game, I think.
And
maybe
then
I'm wrong.
like as a person, but it does look weird. Like I think even when Hypnotic and other people are asked, yeah, it looks sus as hell. But like honestly, in business, he probably did it mostly above board. But to an outsider, it looks like creepy as shit.
No, I don't think he did because he has a tax lien on it. Well, maybe that happened previously because of other things. But maybe this is legal. It does look sus as stuff.
It looks weird. It literally looks like he has just been moving around money. And the problem is it's also one of those reasons of he knows how to get the money.
He's a money man. Okay. He knows how to get the money. You assume he might be able to know how to move it around.
Run a business or give it to somebody to run a business.
Yeah.
And this is the weird part where, the parents would have had it known. So you have it either as a tax shelter, but that's a big claim. I'm assuming the guy is Australian or something.
He's Australian, yeah. It's a working theory. He did say
it's a working theory,
tax shelter
but
is a working theory. Okay, he covered himself legally at least.
But
I think it's a good theory. He doesn't prove anything.
It's a really good theory because from what I'm seeing, I'm just like, so it's registered under the same people. He just needs to look if the federal government investigates him for like think of how the federal government is busting half the crypto scheme people.
Yep.
Because all the crypto schemes.
This is small fry. The government probably wouldn't go after
all
this
the crypto.
unless
Like,
someone-
do you know how many crypto people have been put behind bars within the last 6 months or a year?
A lot from what I know.
It's been
He's
happening.
going over stupid stuff.
And if this is real,
I really don't know why he brings up this There's some stupid things in here. I don't know why he brings up the wife.
Mark's
okay?
wife disappears. Oh, did he bury the body of whatever?
No, it's not a Jaffe thing, Miss Jaffe. What was his name? Sorry, let me not side.
The YouTuber that murdered his wife.
Yes, former co-host of the Killstream of Warski Live. Whatever.
No, I thought it was something else. Yeah. But yeah, then they can't find out he murdered her. So good luck.
Yeah, we don't know. Okay. If he murdered her, he did too good of a job of hiding it.
Just kind of putting it in here as a marker, really. December 9th, 2015, he leaves Gamergate after being kind of too transphobic. And he does drop a couple of F slurs, so.
This is weird.
He drops a couple of F slurs.
Like here. No, sorry. He doesn't drop F slurs. People on... Like, why does he do some stupid stuff like this? I think he's trying to be humorous with this. But really stupid.
I'll look at the thing.
December 17th, 2015, Mark does interview to promote his free speech organization. He's still trying to keep League of Gamers going at this point. And Voxelnort's Twitter comes out and alleges that Mark...
So maybe the 50,000 of seed money he got from Red 5, he actually used to try to build up League of Gamers. Who knows?
Stole money from Voxelnort. So,
yeah, Voxelnort Twitter account allege Mark stole money from Voxelnort. Lawyers are involved. I think this is ongoing investigation now. A lawsuit, according to a video by FD Diesel. He brought up something about finding a lawsuit related to this.
That's where that money went from that seed funding. Jan 16th, 2016 on freecatfights.com, they've been filming fights with a Red Dragon camera. Now that's interesting. Are these the same Red Dragon cameras that Red 5 had in their studio? I raised this earlier in the video. They had 3 Red Dragon cameras in their possession worth $50,000 each. That's the whole rig. That's not just the brain. The brain's about 20. We have evidence that Mark was in possession of Red accessories at his personal lockup in California after he had left Red 5. Are they the cameras? Did he abscond with them, or did he purchase them with some of his pilfered MEK Entertainment money?
I think this is a stupid point he brought up. Yeah, I'm not alleging anything. I mean, I know what he's doing.
I'm not alleging
anything.
anything.
Case.
I'm not alleging anything about this. Hey, at least if he was doing adult work, at least he got good cameras. He got better cameras than people film cameras with on YouTube. Like, you know, I've seen like Warhammer battle reports and shit. It use those cameras.
Yeah, here's the tax lien section.
It's at this point that Mark is hit with a lien for $265,133.88 for unpaid tax from the years 2011, 2012, and 2013. Excuse me for messing up the 2013 to 2015 on this slide. I'm not going to fix it. May 2nd, 2016, Debbie Chan posts on Twitter looking for models, promises good conditions and a full makeup and hair crew. May 25th, 2016, Kern goes to the Firefall subreddit telling people they should kill the game so that you can buy back the IP for cheap, which is kind of sad to me. It's still an active game at this point, but you're actively trying to kill it so you can buy and get it back because you're mad you got ousted.
Yep, we know about that. I know about that. I know too much. The current petition, blah, 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 legal stuff. So I already established why they're bringing up this, at least why I think they're bringing up all this.
Crixa Labs is registered too. I've censored it here, but that is fascinating. You can't deny that DB Chan, Foxy Fighters, that's Mark. It is Mark.
Yeah,
June
I think
27th,
admitted to it.
2016, Make Ember, a spiritual successor to Firefall, is posted on change.org by Mark. That does hit 4,700 supporters. So, you know, let's make Ember. He has camera equipment. He posts camera equipment to Flickr. Lenses here are a match to the photos.
Yes. Too much focus on the camera. I mean, he's trying to do this to establish a certain thing. I don't even know what. It seems
so he's doing the So at worst, he's just moving around money to another business. So he's been moving around money to that business to do his side hustle. And if he's really just been making, it answers a question I've been wondering. If he's been making money like this for a while, like, do I really? It's not that I don't care. It's a little weird. I'm like, wow. So he's a secret prod king. How dare he?
Awesome.
Okay,
You
weird
go,
side
I'll
hustle. Weird side hustle. You go. Do your thing.
Yeah, but he's still. I think it's in here to establish he was still working on his side hustle while he should have been working on Ember. See, like this sort of stupid stuff, I think really hurts this video in a couple of different ways. At least from a centrist and right. I'm sure people who hate Mark love some of these sort of prods at it. And you can take it. Take it with a grain of salt and it's fine.
7th of March 2019. Well, Mark admits that his original 3D artist left and he's had to teach himself how to do 3D modeling and build the main character of Ember. He's never made a game this way before, so he's trying to do it all without any outside investors. And at this point, you should have realized it's a scam, team. So no one is a full-time employee on Ember. This is a solo project. An MMO is a solo project for him. And come on, team. Anyway, 28th of June 2019, Ember first playable is achieved. Gamers. Finally. 20th of August 2019, Foxy Fighter blog is offline. The DNS update needs to be required. Like, that's
okay. But he's doing work on Foxy Fighter.
Online. Well done. Grummz is kind of wanking around at this point. He claims that he's not working on the game due to family reasons, but he's still just kind of shitposting on Twitter. And on 2nd of August 2021, Debbie releases a story called The Date. So while he's meant to be working on his crowdfunded game, he's actually just written adult literature on the crowd.
Exactly. This is the point, I think, why the Debbie stuff gets work. Shows that he's distracted from actually working on the game he made a whole bunch of money from. But everyone's focusing on, oh, he said sex work. You trying to shame him on that? Yeah, a little. They are. But it's also mainly for this. I don't know what that's called. A pivot, a distraction.
From this time, and this is where that like violent sexual fantasy stuff comes in. 1st of December 2021, the Foxy Fighter.
Of course, you have to do the violent fantasy stuff. It's media. If you're trying to make a point that having a black guy in a video game isn't trying to tell people about things, I think bringing up fantasy romance is a bad look. I think personally, that's my thought on that. Like, why does he need to do violent sexual romance stuff? I think they're trying to say something about his character, which they can't actually make a claim of. Like, he's an angry guy.
Like, it's like saying, it's he said, she said, basically.
Yeah,
Like,
this is definitely tuned to people more on the left to appeal
this is
more.
tuned. I'm not saying Grummz does not deserve the hate he gets. But there's a lot of stuff. It's like, if all you have to go on, oh, he had some cameras, this and that. I'm like, so
I mean, I think it's a valid point to actually bring up that he might have used the company, used money from the company, and then kept the cameras for his personal use. I think that is valid. It's just like drops in the bucket. It's not that big of a deal. Wow.
It's not. It's like
it's a problem. Okay, it's definitely an
it's
ethical problem.
And I'll get out. I mean, don't get me wrong, but it ain't the gotcha or the O you're looking for.
No, I think it's a compilation. It's not. Each one of these points on its own isn't a own. It's sort of the stacking on top of each other, trying to build a sort of.
It looks
piece.
weird, like, but to be fair, a lot of this A lot of stuff around Grummz. Like, he has to be making money somehow.
Yep.
Like, I'm like,
there's other stuff outside. Like, Sid Alpha was complaining that he couldn't cancel his subscription, his sort of Patreon to Ember. He had to email Grummz, and it still was tough for him to get off the sort of monthly subscription service that Ember. And there's legal problems with that. I think that's a better criticism. This is just a little bit more. With Grummz, people keep finding out a little bit more and building on the case. And it's just hurting him. Death by 1,000 inches. Normally, I wouldn't like this
literally
particular...
a death by 1,000 cuts, basically.
Yeah. Normally, I wouldn't like this. But when you have such a big thing on your back, like Ember, and no one's paying attention to it, sometimes it's the stupid little stuff that'll make people pay attention. So I understand the intent of this. Do I think you need to bring in all this stuff to actually say, Grummz, yes, tell us where you spent the money that you crowdfunded for your game. Did it go in your personal pocket? Did you pay people and they stole your money? What happened to that money? How was it spent? At the end of the day, that's what's important. None of this other stuff is, at least to the gaming culture.
To last login on freecatfights.com. God bless. Foxy Fighter URL,
Yeah, I think the rest of this is mostly a waste. And the sort of Goomer, I like the optic. I think it's funny. And this is part 1. Okay, he has this sort of archived links. They're pretty weak. You probably can't even see that because I'm not switching the tab.
He needs to answer it. I mean, it looks weird.
I'm finding the comment section here is funny as fuck. Some of the names that pop up. Because I'd like to check the comment section. There's a H-Bomber guy.
Wow.
That's literally H-Bomber guy. Okay, I checked.
Verified?
Yeah. Huh?
What, like verified?
Yeah, when I click on it, it takes me to his channel. So I don't think you could spoof that somehow. Maybe I'm wrong. Look. Dolan Darkest. It's his second channel, I think. Concerning.
I have a question. If it's H-Bomber guy, why is it not in bold?
Would he come up in bold? I don't know.
Click that. Click the one.
It goes to his channel.
Click the one that has gray. Click the one that has gray. You just had one that had gray.
Really? This?
Unless it
verified?
Much like you're posting.
Yeah. It has the check mark.
Yeah, okay, so it is him. Yep.
Dolan Darkest. Any new ones? I saw Upper Echelon here. But that's the only notable. It's a lot of people from weird places on the internet. A lot of people, like Chud Logic was dead domain. I don't know if that's the real dead domain. Who gives a fuck about her anyways? I mean, she's not completely, she's a leftist, a trans leftist. Here, Upper Echelon. It's the only one I care.
As long as they have a check mark, as long as they have it's probably them.
Upper Echelon. Now, this is some fucking content. I'll edit the comment when I'm done, but boy, am I here for the ride. Edit. I need to go reread my notes from the interview I did with him, specifically about the Earn Kern stuff. Interested. Yep. Okay. Not quite done with this whole parade. Almost at the end. Almost 4 hours. I'm not going to try to keep it too long.
But it's look, I guess it explains it. But like, look, if he's moving money around, it's not strange. Like, it's strange.
It's shitty.
It's very shitty. He is in California.
They're the one who got Blizzard fucked up because they wouldn't hire enough women. Okay, that actually started the DEI craze, in my opinion. The sort of Blizzard getting the Cosby room, which they deserve criticism. I think that was a joke.
Oh, the giving. Oh, it's the giving out the Cosby suite and giving them merch. The Gamer Geek Girls. Yeah, I remember
I think
that
that was the
part.
start of the industry going over to consulting firms like Sweet Baby Inc. Outsourcing. Okay. Yes, it's a guys' club. Okay. What's wrong with it being a guys' club? Was it really that bad, or was it hyped up by the press? I don't know. Maybe it really was that bad. Just a Me Too error. I don't trust it. The sort of mindset led to a lot of bad things. Okay, let's get into a little bit of this stuff now to finish up. Okay, said rather not have to watch the whole Yellow Flash stream of Grummz going over this. It's about 2 hours. They go over the video.
I don't think
and he has a little
Can
doc.
you watch it? Because if it was
it's unlisted. They didn't private it. So I just don't want to. I don't want to listen to them. They have Mark has a little document that I screen capped. Okay, I'm starting with this. This is not the person who did it, but they know the person who did that video. So Wes Kabruki, they actually had Airbagger on a couple months ago. Mark Kern led a double life as a pornographer who wrote, produced, commissioned, filmed, and directed fetish porn for over 2 decades. During the Grummz time at Blizzard Red 5, he was supposed to be working on Ember, and 3 days ago, living a second life. How did you get the passwords? Why did you post them in plain text? So this is a little bit. No one from our show did that. We also didn't contact hackers to get it. In the video, in his document, he brings up hackers to get it. You're lying. Also, our server is not paid despite what the idiot GigaBear told you. GigaBear is an unreliable narrator. That is established. Also, you don't know if... Sorry, I'm sort of burping a little. Also, I don't know if you understand this, but the video you spent hours responding to, 2 hours it seemed like, wasn't made by members of WKOLA. So, yes, this is the call out. For weeks, West blah, blah, blah will have scooped on, I suppose, scope about the... How do you scoop someone when you have the information? This is just so stupid. How do you outscoop someone when you could have just told people about this? It seems stupid. You knew that the information was going to come out. I don't know how you're scooping them when you could have just been honest. You get that? Never mind. As a bonus, tagging the FBI because they might want to see this too. You're such a bitch, Grummz. Don't want to miss this flashcast live now. That's not even for the FBI. That's just virtue signaling. Like, these guys are criminals. They're doing a criminal act. Prove it. You can't. When I'm done with Ember, who wants a new Royal Rumble Roses game? They brought up that Grummz likes that game. That's one of his favorite games, is some sort of stupid point. Every time these people get irritable people, they send their staff over to say the same shit on repeat. These comments in here are so stupid. Tell me about it. They just...
I feel there's like a section of anti-grumpers that they're
legitimately hate him, okay?
They are just, as I said, there's things to criticize about him.
Yes.
Like the money, if he's doing the shell company bit.
Yeah, I don't like the us versus them mentality that he brings to discourse online, personally.
There's that part, but the whole thing, like,
down.
if he has a adult industry thing on the side, whatever. Like, that's him. As long as he's
if he's doing that when he should be working on the game that he got paid $600,000 to make, that is definitely something worth bringing up.
That's weird.
Yeah. It just seems like he really is finding any excuse he can to not make the game he got paid for. It's just insane to me. As they said in the freaking, what was it? We just watched it. Side scrollers. If he just made the game, they couldn't use this against him.
Me
Period.
and Craig's too nice, basically. So
Hey,
it's like
focus
the
on-
problem is Arch and them's gonna be honest because it's accountability issue. I mean, say you're doing it. It's like even V is making games now.
Yeah, but he was sweeping for Grummz before, but he was I think he was staying purposely ignorant of all this stuff.
V?
The ratio was fake. It turned. Yeah, V, I think, was staying purposely ignorant of any of the background information or just not believing it.
Look, it's worth investigating. If he took something from a failing business, moved it to another one, okay. Yeah, but if you are doing whatever, yeah, it's sus as hell. Like, I trust some of his opinions, but I don't trust him with money. That's just not been always my thing. And I'm like, okay.
I think occasionally he has decent insight, but very rarely.
A lot of it's just
also
really
is
stupid.
not intellectually honest. I understand the tactic he's going for. It's not intellectually honest. It's us versus them, doing what the woke, basically, reactionary. You did this to us, so we're going to do the same thing to you now. But the left is not the same as the left before. Political parties change. This is why I'm surprised the fucking weirdos on the far left are going after Teslas. I'm like, this is insane. This
What do you
makes
think
you
I
look
said
like
on
clowns,
my
okay?
channel when I said people are going after Teslas with Mandalore? Like with Mandalore, I was like, weren't these people leftists? Like, wasn't Elon Musk like their darling?
He should have been.
Like,
yeah.
Oh, he bought Twitter.
Yeah, Elon, I think a lot of people went insane. And it could have been his daughter turning trans. I saw a clip of his daughter going on Hassan recently. I'm like, that's got to hurt.
Well,
Was it originally a
okay.
boy?
Supposedly, this original story, one of his kids, when he turned trans into a girl, that's when he started to hate the left a lot. He said he was going to get revenge, or he just hated the idea because he didn't accept the daughter, and then the daughter went off to college,
Rejected
disowned the dad.
Yep.
And
And hate her on her own dad.
And then
I
the
think it's
story
stupid to
was
hate the left for that.
then even
I
Dane
understand it.
and Dane and them said, well, he hates his trans daughter, so he's transphobic. That's not particularly the whole case of he just doesn't accept.
No, it feels like the left took his child away. And I remember the story. He's like, they told me at the time that my child was gonna kill herself or himself at the time, I guess. I'm guessing it's a trans girl.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, boy.
At the
boy
time.
transition. Yeah.
A boy who transitioned to a girl. So a boy, biological boy to a trans female.
Yeah.
Okay. They said they were going to kill herself unless we did this process. I went through with this and I lost my daughter. I don't know anything beyond that. But yeah, why did I leave this stuff in? This is what's important here. I'd like to keep the thing on. And that Star Wars girl dipped out real quick during this part. I find that funny. Okay, so Wes Kabruki is a podcast covering drama and online happenings, blah, blah, blah. They're hosted. Look at the title.
I see.
Grummz docs plot. Receipts from Western Kabruki. Report by
I
Grummz.
see Cecil is there.
Cecil? Down on the
boy.
panel?
That's the one next
Dummy's
to,
down
that's
there.
the one next to Tom Connors.
I only recognize the Dummya, that Star Wars girl, Grummz, Smash.
The
Yellow
second
Flash.
one.
I've been told I sound like Yellow Flash for some reason. I don't get it.
I've been told I got at least people in Ruby's fans call me Enlightened Fan.
Oh, weird. I think I know who that is. Sounds familiar.
No, but Cecil was there. Anna has her own. Anna's a wishy-washy person. No, that second person next to Tom Connors in that image is Cecil from Comicsgate.
Okay, no clue who a lot of these people are.
So yeah, like I'm used to him privating it versus leaving it up.
It's unlisted. I downloaded it just in case, but I don't want to deal with this. We're close to 4 hours.
No, Yellow Flash. Might have to go over another day, but yeah, like no, I was under the and he hides it behind the members paywall.
Well, I have it downloaded in case he hides it and you want to go over it. So
Well,
let me know.
You want to go
But
over
let me go over this. I'm sure they read it. There's probably a lot of framing around this. So I wanted to just screenshot this. So what is this big, supposedly damning, expose on Grummz? This is by Grummz. And he's talking to himself in third person. Let me leave that behind. 20 years ago, I ran a couple websites as a side gig, which focused on a niche of softcore, anime-oriented BSM, fandom, wrestling fetish. Because focusing on niche is where you stand out, and we became very successful and earned a lot of money. He's sort of right. Niches.
He's right about that. So it's not a bad business model.
Nope. The site was erotic fiction and fanfic with stories and art commissioned outsourced to NSFW anime artists and writers, published under various pen names. I edited stories, hired writers, artists, models, and published the work behind a subscription site. Later, we moved to softcore video production, no sex. It was eventually fun to run this business for a while. We did everything by the books since the payment processor required notices, gates, and IDs for everything. Easy money with little work. A lot of tech workers were doing this type of sites on the side. We wrote to the market, meaning whatever was hot, we would do content for it. Yeah, whatever. So did I not get this clearly? Who the fuck knows? They have been, I think they went ahead.
So it's what I suspected, basically. It was basically a softcore site that he had on the side that I guess if he admits to it, okay.
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
Here's where the problem is. What did he? I mean, moving around seed money for it isn't the worst, but
well, you can't prove he spent any of the money he pulled out of anything for this project.
No, you can't. He can go, well, I did it, but
yep.
And
Where
then,
did he get the money for it?
Say,
that's a different matter.
Oh, and you can't say, oh, the cameras carry over, but if you want to go over it this week, it's good.
Okay. They've been doxing and hosting, sharing plain text emails and passwords from the dark web data breaches in order to crowdsource their members for more information and digging into malicious expose Grummz during an upcoming episode. But this is a different person. See, I don't know if this is factual. And I don't know how you can say this is malicious if people have been trying to get you to give the details and you kept on shrugging off the questions or joking about them. They They really want to know about the game. Where's the money? And is that really malicious if this person, their argument is Grummz is saving, pretending is online LARPing as someone who's going to save gaming, but his game, which he took X amount of money, 600,000 8 years ago, and he doesn't even have a proper vertical slice of the game, which he promised to have within 6 months to a year. How's that man going to save it? Everything he does ends in failure. He has very suspicious money habits. He has very suspicious money habits and very unethical practices that he goes about doing.
I mean,
how's this guy going to save it? Okay.
No, that's just weird. That's one of those things when you look into his funding. I'm not saying, and it looks odd even when you see the other parts. It's because I was thinking, I'm like, just don't trust him with investment. He has to be making enough money to support his family or something. But
His
the question,
family situation, they're like, are they separated? Are they not? We don't know. Okay, the video intentionally leaves out the name of the wife or anything, which she was supposedly a cheerleader for him back in 2015.
maybe the wife just doesn't want to deal with social media.
Okay, yeah, could be true.
Like, but hypothetically, if illegal funds were being transferred around the internet, that's where the SEC will come in. But if he was diverting a lot of this to easy NSW sites, the only problem would be is how was he getting the funding for it, or what he was doing with it.
Yep.
And the whole thing is all these anti-Grumm haters want to focus on that, but it's a good, valid question to actually ask. But the methodology and the reason for asking for it is not
isn't clear.
It just goes, well, we have an idea, folks. What? Color would be weird, right?
Yeah, this post went viral on X with 2.1 million views. And why bring up the likes and views on this video, on this tweet? It seems weird to do in a document. We have a scoop about Grummz and tried to reach out for him comment before we publish, but he's shutting down all routes of communication. He is nervous, and they have the DMs to back up that they messaged him somewhere. I forget where. The activities are coordinated on Western Kabuki Discord server, blah, blah, blah. Now paywall channel that can only be accessed currently by members of their Patreon, which they denied as paywalled. And they have a tweet, I guess, that supports that. I don't know.
And it's something to go through. I mean, look, Grummz is definitely someone you take with a grain of salt.
A big heap of salt. Okay. After that particular part, they go over the video. Okay. I did these out of order. Okay. So they go over this. This is back to the bottom of what he was talking about his business. This is completely out of order. It was actually quite fun to run this business. We wrote to market, meaning whatever was hot, we would do content for it. We did well. This was before the rise of consolidated free porn sites and OnlyFans, which created a subscription market. Sold one site maybe 15 years ago, shut down the rest almost a decade ago. In the video, they actually established you've been trying to resurrect that in the last few years. So this is, given the evidence they presented, this seems like disingenuous. But
I mean, hell, like, of course he doesn't want to say, "Well, I'm no longer a game dev," but it's also a way of inadvertently saying he has all the stuff.
he's trying to say he hasn't done any of this stuff 15 years ago, and the evidence that they provide seems to contradict this. This almost makes it seem a lie.
Because
I don't know.
basically he goes like, "I didn't know anything about it." Like, okay.
Oh, maybe he's going to say someone else took on my handle. Blah, blah, blah. Who knows? I'm not going to actually watch the video. They crawled back 20 years to find basically nothing. It was all tame compared to the type of hardcore porn found today as video for free elsewhere. So he's saying he hasn't done this in 15 years. They beg to differ. They admit it's not really a big deal themselves after hyping the reveal so much they had to walk it back. They're doing this for clout. I hate that argument. And more Patreon subscribers. 7K a month. Okay, let's see. I'm going to briefly say this because his fans are already accusing us on drama baiting. Yes, what we have is bad. It's not Epstein something level bad. I don't think July had any idea her post on would crack as hard off as it did, but says more about people hating his ass than us, in my opinion. If I was on their side, it would be called stunning and brave. Where's your logic there? Why is he using this deflection? This is tribal politics. Why would they call it? See, this is the sort of rhetoric that just makes me suspicious.
So here's the thing. He doesn't want to admit. He'd have to openly admit he was a pornographer. And here's the issue. It would go, are you a game developer or you've been trying to do that low budget? And I'm not saying that he couldn't make money now doing that. Even if there's a bunch of free sites and free stuff, he could still do it. So,
yeah.
But the whole thing is, he also wants to keep this innocent. He's pure, clean, and pure.
Yeah, but I think he pretty much lies about the 15 years ago.
Oh, I would say so, because if it's by those dates, I mean, he had more knowledge of it.
I mean, I'm trying to see where the actual filming went. Okay, definitely July. According to the sort of documents they have, January 2019, Debbie resurfaced on freecat.com to ask if there's a demand to return. So he's trying to get back into it.
Yeah.
At 19, in 2016, puts his first porn on Clips for Sale. That isn't even a decade old, okay? So he was definitely doing something with it under 10 years ago.
So he's a shit.
So either his math is wrong.
Ashamed. In conclusion, he's either ashamed or doesn't want to admit to it.
He's trying to distance himself by lying, okay, at the very least. Yeah. Or trying to call them liars. But the stunning and brave, this is such a cope to me, okay? If I was on their side.
Oh, if one thing is for sure, he's good at deflecting.
Yeah.
He is.
Like he put everything on Airbagger, as I'll highlight with one tweet after we go over this, then probably close out.
Yeah.
Great support of FW writers and artists and sex workers, except for our stuff was softcore. I'm not on their side, and so, like hypocrites they are, they set out to expose, name, and shame to inherently silence me and take him out. Oh, such a victim. I really don't like that. Such a bitch. I don't like bitches. I don't like bitches who fucking, like, I'll own up if I say it. The plot was hatched on Western Kabuki Discord server. GigaBear, not a reliable person, discovered all this and shared it with me. They have a dedicated channel named Goonergate Mega Thread where they coordinate these attacks. Investigation. You can't just say attacks if you're investigating you for something legitimate. And I don't know if they were.
Well, see,
Okay,
that's
you
the
can
thing,
never
right?
really figure
if
out
it's
the
if it's a
intent behind
small group, right? And it's not like Grummz, as I said, not a lightning rod for all of this. He bricked it on himself. Like, and also too, it's like, well, oh no, he's innocent and pure. Whoopsie. Oh, and he's doing adult work? Oops.
Okay, so they finish up the video at this certain marker.
I mean, at least he's talking about it, but I can't say it's good.
Yes, on a small little stream that only dedicated fans.
I mean, to be
And
fair,
here-
Flashcast is bigger, but
it's bigger than a lot of places. They had 2,000 things.
and
but
then
it's still not
usually
gonna go
after
out to
every
general
the reason why I
audience.
said usually after every one, I thought it goes members only or it just gets delisted. Because sometimes you can watch it, but then sometimes you can't.
Well, it's not. It's unlisted in a playlist, so a little hard to find. I have a dedicated. Let me make sure. Okay, they have a thread dedicated to Grummz. Yeah, you're right in the document. This is where they start their docs. Where do they dox you? All the stuff they show is public. So another lie he tried to pull out before. Much thanks to GigaBear for joining their server, exposing all their scummy activities. User ThiefPal got bored and listed the service of people, which sounds like hackers here, in possession of plain text data. Breach to start searching for my online accounts and passwords. Yes, investigation.
Now you're just getting illegal. They're getting into legal shit just to come after Grummz.
They always do. I brought this up. As for GigaBear, I still remember the first time Grummz made a claim of doxing. That is what had Nick on Kotaku Online. Originally, this said it linked to GigaBear's tweet saying that Nick here doxed Grummz and some other crap that I forget.
Is that GigaBear? No.
It was originally no, that's not GigaBear. That's Nick Callahan.
That's the one. That's the one that got into it with Smash JT.
Yes, for a long time. Yes, encourage followers to report Kotaku Detective and successfully took it down for over 24 hours because you had it's because you had defamatory material that lied about him. Nick did not dox Grummz. In fact, he took precautions in his Discord to remove publicly available information from the Discord. And they still called it a dox. I just found that amazing, the mental gymnastics there. I argued with people at that time. Yeah. And here's the Chud Chud Logic cat fights. The got you is he lied about all of it. Also, he said, we're coming after you. Next, I can assure you, I didn't even know who you were until a few weeks ago. And in general, I don't care about what you're up to. Sorry, our fans hate you, but that's none of my business. Good luck. So wait, what's exactly the gotcha here? That he stole money from, he took a lot of money from fans and we don't know what happened to the money. Okay, he could have spent it, he could have used it as moved it around, he could have wasted it, he could have lived off of it, lied, not one to talk publicly about an old job from 20 years ago. You're such an idiot, Smash JT. He lied. Yeah, Grummz lied about it and you just believed him. that was fully legal and had nothing to do what he does now. But he tried to bring it back like 5 years ago and under a decade. So they're working off of bad information because Smash JT does not fact check or care about the
what are
truth
you
at
gonna
all.
say? It's like 20 years ago, and like, and the accusations, at least on the camera and the NSW site, is like what, like 6 years ago?
Yep.
8?
Yeah, 8 years where this clips for sales the last time. Okay, I guess 10 years ago. What's the difference? Okay, let's see the rest of this. Grummz docs plot receipts. Once they had a few emails and passwords, they used that to find more. That's when they found my side company. Don't care about what they had to say. This kicks off a big thread that everyone starts to contribute to using my plain text email and password as a basis, which is highly illegal. How's that illegal? Do you know why that's illegal?
What? What's the claim? Sorry.
Kicks off a big thread that everyone starts to contribute to using my plain text emails and passwords as a basis, which is highly illegal. I don't know how that's illegal.
So if he has private information and it was obtained through illegal means, and then they put it out, that would be...
They just used the passwords to establish this was the same account. They used it as a piece of evidence to establish they're the same account. I think it's stupid to bring it up. Even they could have used alternative evidence to prove the same thing without bringing any of this up. Maybe they wanted to be transparent that this is one of the ways that they connected. Because
it's a weird way to go around. I'm not saying it's illegal. It is potentially illegal, but if it doesn't, like, oh, he obtained the docs.
Yeah, maybe it's potentially illegal. Okay.
But it's not a good ethical way to expose him. They could say we have other proof. They could say, yeah, we have the passwords, but this email came through, or this links to him.
It's still moral grandstanding and making a claim you can't back up. They made the same claim about fucking McDizzle, and that seems like bullshit to me, at least.
Oh no, McDizzle was the one. He's like, I'm gonna do whatever to smash JT. That's what got him fucked.
Yeah, it's not exactly what he said. Maybe that's how Smash JT framed it. I don't remember him ever saying that. But
what
him
claiming to be from Ubisoft, and then I got one of the woke, anti-woke people to break their ethics.
No, to run a fake story. That was his point. He wanted to see if
I just thought it was funny.
Smash. I mean, yeah, it definitely had some ethical issues using the guy's name to do
then
it.
He happened to use a person who worked at Ubisoft. Then he got the C&D from Ubisoft.
So did Smash, yes. A lot of people did. Okay, let's move past that. Once they had a few emails and passwords, they used that to find out more. That's when they found my side company. No clue about that. Okay. Reiterating, ties back to me, settles the fact that which is highly illegal. They started to talk about how it ties back to me and settles on the fact
it's probably highly illegal to him because they broke into his account using information he didn't think was public.
No, I don't even think they broke into his account. I'm not seeing any evidence that they broke into his account. Okay, maybe they did.
Or they get a hold of the data somehow, unless the guy's a dumb fuck. And he has a luggage password of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Those Spaceballs password.
Yeah, it's actually, some people did do that.
they would have to reveal my email and passwords or point to the dark web data breach site, spew in one of the people in my game's Discord who was pretending to be a backer and sowing chaos. Here's B, who's Watch Your Crack on X, which they claim to be Alyssa McConte's alt. Admits proven it's tough, proceeds to post my plain text email, which definitely isn't illegal, and passwords on Discord, which is a crime. I don't know if it's a crime. They want to dox further to find more proof. Like, you can't just say something's a crime.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I can say it's not illegal to get a guy attempt to dox me. I was like, you can go do what you do, but
if you broke in to current, I mean, why wouldn't he changed his passwords anyways after the data breach? A lot of people was smart enough to change this shit if they know their data, but that's besides the point. Okay, I did this. For this, okay, at least there's less mention of doxing or dox in the current thing. See, this was the first time he claimed a dox based off of Giga Bear Panda, which almost no one backs up nowadays. Not all of it. It was like 42 times Grummz or someone in the stream. In the 2 hour and 20-minute stream said docs. I'm just making a stupid
How
point.
long ago is it?
They only said it 12 times in this.
How long? How old is that other one with Arch and Grummz?
May 20. That's pretty old. Like 11 months, I think. Yeah. 11 months ago, he made the same claim based off of the same bullshit. And this is a lie.
Is it just...
This was a lie then.
Is it just Grummz saying that? That's
yeah. Grummz says he was doxxed. Craig did not back this up. He's like, okay, Grummz is making this claim. We'll look into it. No one really backed him up with this.
Can you play
Even
that second for me?
Huh?
You play that for me.
This isn't a video. This is just a screenshot.
I'll have to go back and see because I would be curious. Because that look by Arch is utter confusion.
Yeah, I don't think
that is a look by. That is a curious look.
Everyone on that podcast was sort of skeptical of Grummz at this time. They have a better case for doxing with this current thing.
Like that look by Arch is a part of the inquisitive look. That's a side eye.
Well, there's Dream. It's hard to tell if it's a side eye. Okay, I get your point.
I've seen enough of Arch, at least when he's not in it.
Let's not do body language analysis. Okay, it's funny, but okay, let's get back into this. Grummz docs. So B, likely it's him, but proven it's tough. The word, choice, spelling, blah, 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 sort of data matches. No clue. Pretended to be a backer. So this person spew definitely was another divorce Mark Kern out there whose document kept coming up when we were looking for info on his non-divorce and his spiritual divorce. Shrug. This is also why anyone tried to publish this. Gotta be clear about the shared password as evidence. How do you present it without simply saying what the password was or pointing to people before or pointing people to data breaches? So they definitely, this is really weird how they were doing it. They definitely had some issues with this, internal issues.
Yeah, Nazmir, not yet. What he calls him, Mother Hot? No idea. I have no idea where he's just going over the document.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry, man. I'm just going through the basic stuff. We talked about that. His mother was a Playboy. Hugh Hefner. That was really creepy. I wasn't able to fit into this. Sorry, man. It was
No.
sort of funny, but
I don't care about that as much. I
okay.
care more about the minutia of the details, if he's funneling money or what he
I'll
does.
probably bring up his. He asked a tough question to him and was satisfied by it. Admits he proved it's tough. Proceed to post plain text, email, and password on Discord, which is a crime. Yeah, no clue about any of this.
I don't know if that's a crime. It might be breach of procedure.
Yeah, we keep rounding the thing there.
And
There's social justice wars. Go on.
No, I was going to say that it's not. It's a data breach. It depends on how it was obtained. But it break procedures, and will it get the user banned? Yes. But once that's usually out there, but if you know your account was breached, why wouldn't you just change the password?
I don't even know. This is so stupid. Like recently Grummz said something about swatting. Last time he claimed to be doxxed, people told him, let the police officers in your district know there's a chance of you getting swatted. That's what you do. Everyone thought he was super stupid with his outrage about being supposedly doxxed last time. He didn't play it up that much this time, I guess. And I'm just the first in a series of targets. They posted exactly why they were doing this. I'm just the first in a series of targets. They see me as the biggest threat. Thank you. And after taking their kill shot, they tended to go for others to take out the entire movement. Gigabear explained it here. Yeah, we can disregard anything Gigabear really brings up. Sorry. Gigabear is not a reliable narrator. His opinion does not matter to most people. See, here makes Smash JT the next target. Hi, hello, people. I may need some info for the reason regarding Jeff Smash JT. Tazario.
Okay, I've heard about the Gigabear thing. Because the Gigabear thing came through Yellow Flag. Some of this reached hypnotic stuff. But he didn't say explicitly about this. Because Gigabear has admitted to going after Smash JT for a bit.
Yeah, no clue about that. And of course, Airbagger, who coordinated brigade of community notes on X against my post. There is no proof of that. He tried to put everything off on Airbagger. Airbagger was a little bit of a
Airbag is a little bit of a shit, but I don't know if he's a coordinator.
He's a little bit more than a little bit of a shit. He's a serious shithead. He
To
probably
be
would have
fair,
made it
he's
himself.
up there as far as in the space that was anti-Grummz that would either lie, but then the problem came is when he got into too much shit that he's had at least 2 or 3 accounts banned. Because he had one account that got banned and it was parody. But ultimately, it's now just him without Grummz, without someone to oppose him. It's just a little weird now. And yeah, the whole thing is Airbag would. Do I think the Airbag is the stuff of JFK conspiracies? No. Do I think he's a shitbag troll? Yes.
Here is his tweet. I included it, but let me do this first. I'll end on that. Every time someone tries to do I misspelled investigation. I did this quickly. Into Grummz business, he tries to claim it's a dox. His mother is listed as CEO. It's sort of hard to avoid mentioning her. But the wife, maybe not so. but no personal identifying information was listed from what I've seen. So, yeah. Same Discord server that doxed me is going after whoever. I guess someone. Mark, you were not doxed. Yes, I am. And I have the receipts. We'll be filing with the FBI. The lefties went too far. They doxed me. They really didn't. They tried to get me killed with bounties, which were mostly jokes. Maybe some of them were serious. Who knows? Went to the dark web to nab plain word passwords and emails to try to cancel me for stuff 20 years ago, which turned out to be nothing. They have you about 5 years ago trying to restart it for things you were making money off of less than 10 years ago. So it's a lie. They put me in a position where I have no choice but to destroy their ideology. Yeah, you would have done that already if you could. Oh man, you really idle threat. A bit of Sid Alpha.
Sid Alpha, I
Okay.
know who that is because Disparity follows him.
Yeah. Listen, Stuttering Craig, you and I both know that holding a position will always both gain and lose sub. Babs held intellectual honesty where you have not. I agree with that. Even on a shared podcast where you attempt to gloss things over, she openly disagrees with you. Frankly, Babs is more trustworthy than
I
you.
saw that tweet, by the way. That one you're saying that came across. That chain came across my stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's more or less, it's not the fact that it would be fine because it's not his takes with Assassin's Creed that gets him in trouble as much. And other things, it's this other crap. Like,
Whose take on Assassin's Creed?
it's not even his take in the gamer war or culture war that gets Grummz in trouble. It is literally all this other bullshit that comes out. It makes him a casualty to anything. But this is why I have the stances I have with him. My stances with him like this. And this is why Renowned and LG doesn't even like him. Because Grummz is just this weird person. He's very shady in the fact of, like, I don't try to pry into his stuff, but also, like, saying, like, he didn't do anything at some point, right? Like, it's nothing. Like, there's two ways you can deal with a crisis, and Grummz usually deals with it wrong. So Elon gets, like, look at, like, what happened with Elon. Elon gets called a fake gamer. So what? I paid someone to do it, but then I play on the account. He's owned up to it.
Yep.
Right? He did it.
Okay, yeah. At
And
least he didn't lie about it.
he got
So,
caught. He said it happened. But then Grummz just, if you bring up his past about anything, he gets defensive. No one's taught him, like, you can just say it's going to cause them to dig more.
Yeah, I'm sort of dragging. So let me finish up with these last two things. And you can say your peace out and plug yourself. Not that anyone will care.
True.
Cover owing taxes. Did you use backer investor money to pay off the $265K tax lien?
That was 10 years ago, all right? And that's a settled matter. And I keep my finances completely separate, and we run a family business. So my mom handles all the finances. I don't make a dime off the stuff. And I do that in order to keep it separate, and that is a settled matter. And that's 10 years ago.
Remember when Stuttering Craig said it's fine to do it?
He literally said that was 10 years ago. My favorite part of this is it's a family minute. It's a family.
Yeah, there's definitely a joke there. Anyways, it wasn't 10 years ago. It was 8 years ago. Okay. And technically, yeah, I guess he would have had that amount in the beginning of the campaign, at least at one place. I can't really remember the details, but yeah. Okay, and here's the last one. He's happy with this. I will no longer be posting or hounding him anymore. He made a definitive answer to my major problem with him. Unless further evidence comes to light, I'm done. Good standard to have.
Oh, that was Nasmir?
I want to get to
Yeah,
that.
no, Nasmir, yeah.
Nasser sent a super chat asking if any of the money raised for Amber went to back taxes. That's a no. I deliberately keep that very separate.
If he finds out that's wrong. Oh, do I believe him? Absolutely not. Did he make a definitive statement that'll incriminate him if he gets investigated? Oh, yeah.
Well, no, look.
If he get caught lying about that, it's hard to really pin someone down if they don't make any claims.
Well, the thing about it makes it worse is, like, I honestly say what makes it borderline worse is just, like, see, I do this because when I look at it, Grummz and his finances is suspect, but you can't definitively say that either he's moving around money from one business to another, closing out that business or closing out that
You
lien.
can't say that for sure. It just seems that way.
I say this is just my theory. If it looks like that, sure. If it comes out, it's not illegal. Is it sus as shit that he shouldn't be trusted with money? Yes.
Oh, that's definitely true. That's true. And that was true before he even did this Kickstarter for this game. Okay.
Like if he says, but this whole thing of he uses his money or his other family members, think of it like Joe Biden. Joe Biden, why we call him the crime family, right? Biden crime family is because the brother had some shell companies mentioned in his name. So did the sister and some other people, right? Yeah, no, it can be done. And how that money and businesses could done is good. But like what he says without saying it, and if he says like it's suspect as shit to me. But he said to Craig it was like 15 or 20 years ago. If he says that, it's about 8, what is it?
According to the documents he has.
About less than 10 years ago, 8 years ago.
Yeah, I will bring it up. I'm not going to click on anything because some of the stuff would probably get me banned, but I will show the tab. I can confirm that this. So this is the mother of Grummz issues a certificate of cancellation for the Debbie Chan LLC. How many years ago is that? 2017. So they were officially out. Tried to bring it back. Then fund it.
And they're kicking, and the worst part is they're kicking around the idea. They're kicking around the idea to do it.
I don't.
No, best part yet.
Actually, I don't know if I should share this. I'd be like, should I put this on screen? No, people can look it up. It's linked.
Just the idea, right, is I don't necessarily believe. Look, I don't believe Grummz when it comes to certain matters on his. Look, every time you try to dig into Grumm's past, he's highly defensive, and that's an understatement. That's an understatement. And, like, he's one of those guys, he's overhyped some of it, but do I think he's successful as it? Yeah. Do I think he does woke spotting too much? Yes. But at the same time, you take everything with him. I put him in the same category I put John F. Trent, JDA, Smash JT as well.
There's a bunch of others like similar on the other side. But
I think in some ways he's better, but in other ways he's much, much worse. Those people are clowns who definitely push the discourse to a very
but they don't launder money.
extreme
I
place.
mean,
yeah. Oh, well,
JDA is an
it's questionable with JDA, but yeah, we don't know that he doesn't do anything.
I will say with like JDA is a nepo baby.
You keep on bringing up all these terminology, and I must be tired because I'm
No,
having trouble,
a nepo baby
trouble
is basically his dad has another business and gives him a job or pays it through.
Okay, I did
Like
not
Vosh.
look that deep into the man.
Vosh
I
is
know
the same
he
way.
actually used a fee. I know he got accused of using someone a catfish account or a female account.
He has he has an auto. He has a line of novels that he writes for Amazon or Kindle books that are adult books underneath a female name and a female pen name. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
No, but
2016 puts his first porn on Cliffs for sale. They have proof of that. You can
But
go
look,
check
I'll
out
say
the-
this though, Nasmir. If that's the case, all it proves is this was his business. Now, if this was started with seed money from the past business, then that's going to be one of those things you're going to have to literally prove that he had willing knowledge of. You can't just go over and say it.
Plug yourself or anything you're doing.
Oh, no. I mean, I just do gaming and then I do commentary.
Yep, I'll link him in the credits either tonight or tomorrow. And we're going out on a high note with...
She looks so young, they thought it was my girlfriend.
The funny thing... You're seeing this? Okay. I'm going to end the stream right after this finishes up, guys. And laugh your head off.
What's your mom involved with this? You know, fucking my whole family was involved. Do you know that my mom was a Playboy bunny? That she could go to Hugh Hefner's mansion at any time? And she says, Hugh Hefner is a very nice man.
Is that all this is? Anna posed a really good question, though. How is your mom?
Dude, when I was in college, I put her picture on my cabinet. She looks so young, they thought it was my girlfriend. Okay.
Jesus, that's horrible, man.
My mom is
those Asian genes.
She was smoking. Okay. What's your mom involved with this? You know, fucking my whole family was
Peace out.
involved.